Greetings, everyone. How are you? I need to see. Remember to fucking. Is that the one? That's the one. Oh, the chat is not working. I need to find another streaming software. Where's the chat box? That's the one. Properties. Oh, extra emote. Enable better TV. Enable everything. Oh, there's software updates. Browser settings. Why can't I refresh it? Let's do a testies. Yeah, it's not working today. Interact, rename, filters. Properties. Why are you not working? Let's try that. I'm going to change the scene here a little bit. Just want to try something. Oh, I can actually mute chat. That's cool. Maybe it will work. I know there's updates. Stop pestering me. Alert box. Can I test that one? Maybe it's the whole let's do this one. Hey Becky. And there's no... Why can't I test it? This software is bullshit. Oh, here, test widget. Fuck, I'm stupid. Let's do subscriber. Yeah, the chat is not working. Okay, so that's working. The widget is working. No, it's not. It's not showing any animation. All right. Ah. Why is it not showing any animation? I don't want to restart it. Why? Goggle. What have you to say here? It could be a cast thingy. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Relink your account. Really? Yeah. Good old Susan is getting chopped. Deleting all your widget sources. Yeah, of course I'm going to do that. Relink your account and show strings of the loud. Yeah, of course it is, else I can't stream. This is so unstable, this shit here. I need to find something else to use than Streamlabs. Maybe I should use XSplit next time. Then I have to set it all up again. I just don't want to do that. There must be a way. Blending mode. Remove, interact, what is that? Filters, projector, create, performance mode. What are you all doing? What are you all doing? I don't care about the animations, I just want chat up there. Oh, you're going fishing again? Cool. I have no idea what that streaming service is, to be honest. I have no idea what it is. I don't follow much streaming services. Why? Do as I command, you stupid tool. I am Zephyr. Hey, thanks, Laura. How are you? Sadly enough, I can't get any animation to your beautiful face because Streamlabs is acting up. Can we find a funny GIF then? Yeah, it's not working. But thanks so much. I hope you're doing well. GIF or GIF? Yeah, I don't. Let's have a puppy. You're so funny. Yeah, Streamlabs is awful, man. I don't know what's happening. I hope Lamer will, like, you know, tear himself away from his Macintosh that he just got and come in here so we can talk a little bit about OBI and if I should make a front end for OBI for him. Oh, that's definitely me as a kid. I need to see Reno 911 again. It's one of the best shows ever, man. Also, Law, you need to get back onto Discord. We missed some normal humans on there. It's just filled with crazy-ass nerds. Oh, what is that slog? Ooh. South Park. I'm with smart and funny. Uh-huh. What is he doing? Oh, that's Lamer making food. That's definitely Lamer grilling a fucking steak. It really pisses me off that that Streamlabs is not working. And I don't want to delete everything and start over again. Yeah, that's like saying that there's a virus on your computer, just have to reboot it and everything will be okay. Oh god, Jeepus. 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 Isn't it owned by Logitech now or something like that, Streamlabs? Yeah, Logitech. That kind of explains a little bit. Logitech always been really bad at software. Well, it's not Logitech theoretically, you know. Game overlay not active. Let's see what they're saying here. Overlay not showing in like gaming. Alerts widget. Troubleshooting. Oh, I think I know what the fuck the problem is. I just updated the Intel graphic card drivers like this morning or last night, and I haven't rebooted yet. That could be it. It could be the graphic card driver update skis. Yeah. We had tomorrow. No, yesterday was a holiday, a bank holiday. But other than that, it's a normal working day, Monday to Friday this week. It has like a. Oh my god. Did I forget my phone on the fucking toilet again? I think I did. Yeah, it's probably. No! I don't know where my phone is. Hey, phone, where are you? Oh, it's over in the kitchen. Okay, got you. Okay, now I know where it is. Yeah, that's how social I am. I can leave my phone in one place, and as so long I can forget it, because nobody really texts me or anything like that. Happy life. Well, that said, there's a fucking batshit crazy girl that's been typing me the last 2 days. Apparently going to a funeral is how you pick up girls, and I don't want to have anything to do with her. And the crazy thing is, she's my brother's girlfriend's sister. It can't be more fucking like hillbilly country than that. I must just tell her that I'm spoken for, that the only girl that can take my heart is Laura. And Becky. But she's all caught up with Lamer right now, so my Discord wife has abandoned me. What are they saying here? I'll recommend you log out and in. Yeah, that's the. I think she has some form. I think she has some mental disability. She must have. She must have. But that poor girl, man. She have not had she haven't had a easy life. She always found, you know, guys that abused her and stuff like physically and mentally abused her. So I think every time she sees someone that's not yelling at her, she gets, you know, all bothered about it. But yeah, it is weird. But I also have to be nice about it because it's my brother's sister, my brother's girlfriend's sister. So I can't just be, hey, biatch, get her, just leave, you know. Oh yeah, you did abandon me, but it's okay. I have Laura. I'm happy with Laura. She can also spank me when I'm not behaving. We and Fridays at lunch, and then we eat. Oh yeah. We had beer today, like alcohol-free beer. So no, like most people normally take like a vacation day today, but it's not like you have to pay for it yourself. So either with your we have like 6-week paid vacation over a year, and you can use it however you want, basically. So a lot of people take one of those, you know, one day out of those 6 weeks. I think it's about 6 weeks vacation days, and use that for a day like today. I'm just so stupid. I just go to work because if I'm sitting home alone, I will just go and troll Linux users on my comment section, which is not fun. Real, it is fun, but I need to stop doing it because it's starting to hurt my channel in a way that I attract a shit ton of not trolls, but crazy people. Cray people. And I can only deal with one crazy person at the time, and I'm dealing with myself, so. How to stream HDR content on YouTube. Ah. Merchandise! But I hope you all are ready for the weekend and whatnot. I am testing out GNOME on openSUSE again here just for funsies. I need to uninstall Aura. Also, there is some rendering issue here. It looks a little bit fuzzy. Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. The whole world have to deal with you, man. Trolling Linux is extremely fun. You should probably create a separate troll channel for that stuff. So, well, the thing is that this channel has kind of become that. If I do anything like real tech related, nobody really watched it. But if I yell at a Linux guy, like I get massive amount of views compared to what I usually do. So if I should look at the metrics and believe the metrics, I should do nothing than debunking Linux myth about Windows, reaction videos where I'm yelling and screaming at Linux users, and basically trolling the Linux community. But that also gets really fucking tiresome on your psyche over a long period of time, because like I said, it attracts a lot of crazy people. And one thing this is something everyone has to learn. You can never win an argument or a conversation with a crazy person. Because they are so fucking crazy about a thing that no matter what you do, like you can have all the evidence in the world and they still will not believe you. That's why I call them a flat earth mentality nowadays. Like flat earthers sent out to prove the earth is flat and prove it's round, and they still don't believe the scientific evidence. They spent months explaining how this experiment was going to work and how reliable it is and blah blah blah. And then it turned out that they proved the earth was round. And yeah, it's a debugged method, it did work, and they had all of the excuses. And when I saw that, it's an old video, it's in a documentary, I think it actually was in a documentary on Netflix about flat earthers, or was it Amazon Prime or something like that. And when I saw that, I just right away burst out laughing, be like, yep, that's a typical Linux fanboy, right there. That's a fucking Linux fanboy, right fucking there. And ever since then, I've been calling them flat earthers. Posting, read the fucking manual, noob. Yeah, you're a brave and strong human. That's what I'm starting to call all these Linux, hardcore Linux users in my comment section that can't stop saying, oh, I use Linux, by the way, when I make videos that has nothing to do with Linux. I just tell them, oh, you are so strong and brave. You're a brave and strong human. I'm just messing with them fucking. There's one guy, he's so funny. I think it's a guy. He actually thinks that I can't stop thinking about him. It's so funny to mess with him. Oh, I love it. I don't know why I love being a dick, but I love being a dick. It's so funny. No, Popeye. No, he's fucking fine, man. I have no problem. It's one of those accounts with a weird name and no effort put into the accounts. It's probably a socket account or something like that for someone I banned long ago. Or, it's one of those people that's so self-important and think they're the smartest person on Earth, and they have done nothing to show it. I actually have a video coming out about that on my second channel I have a channel called Laugh At. Let's have a look at that one. And the next video is me laughing at comment sections on YouTube. It's basically just a channel where I laugh about or I make fun of crazy shit on the internet. No, Chris Titus, no. Here it is. It's an old channel I rebranded. This is an old series I was trying to make where I found crybabies on Twitter and laughed at them. But the idea with this one here is just find funny shit on the internet and then either react to it or talk about it and have a good laugh about it. Just everyday fun. And I'm shooting for one upload a week. So tomorrow I think I will not upload, but I will edit the Monday video. And edit the there's coming a the first video that's coming on this channel here next week is going to be a reaction video again, because you guys on Discord sent that video about the Linux experiment, saying that Windows bad design is hurting Linux or something like that. I have never seen someone being so fucking wrong and delusional in my entire life while thinking they have found out the Holy Grail. So the gist of it is here, one of them is that it's the Windows 11 menu's fault that Linux for decades have been using menus like this. Not understanding that again, listen to me here. The Windows 11 menu is a redesign that came out with Windows 11. It's only 2 years old. So its design choices could not have impacted XFCE and KDE and GNOME in the 90s and 2000s and 2010 because it was not around there. Yes, they had they have like the Windows 10 menu, then they had no menu in Windows 8. They have a Windows 7 menu, but it was nothing like the Windows 11 menu. And what does he bitch and moan about? The Windows 11 menu. He has some good points about consistency, but that's not Windows. So he's blaming Linux's lack of consistency in UI design because, well, Windows have it and it's the most popular. So therefore, developers under Linux is like, okay, well, Windows have inconsistent design. Well, that must be the norm then, so we also should have inconsistent design. I'm like, fucking hell, dude. Like, can you grab at more straws? Like, do you have no arguments left in your arguments book? Like, that is stuff that we should fix then in Linux. We should not look at Linux and say, oh, they are fucking this up, let's us fuck it up also. And you know what his excuse is? Well, then it's easier for new users to use Linux. No, it's not easier for new users to use Linux if you're taking the same bad shit practices from Windows and putting it into Linux. It's over an hour long. That's how fucking off the rails I went on him. It's over an hour long. I don't know how I can edit it down. But I have not heard any more be more unintelligent in a YouTube video. Like, he made Chris Titus Tech look like fucking Einstein. Holy shit. He's the same guy that could not recommend Ubuntu, by the way, because you couldn't change accent colors. Hey, Cody. Or Mr. Mac Guru. Yeah, he's the same guy that stopped recommending people Ubuntu because you could not change accent colors. And when Ubuntu enabled you to change accent colors, Ubuntu was the distribution of the year. Oh, for fuck's sake, I can't handle this shit. I'm dying here. Oh God, help me. Yeah. No accent colors, the worst distribution to ever exist, with accent color changes, the best distribution of the year. That's the Linux experiment for you guys and girls and aliens and robots. Like, some Linux channels are the best fucking comedic relief that you can ever have, man. They are funny without trying, man. It's the most performant, fastest in terms of viewer. Yeah, Windows 11 is fucking great, man. How's Mac going for you, Lamer? Yeah, well, here's the thing. If you do stupid shit or say stupid shit online, you kind of have to expect that people are making fun of you. Okay? You kind of have to expect that people will call you out on it. Like, you cannot be a content creator and be like, okay, you're not allowed to criticize me or talk or make fun of me or anything like that, but I can do that to you. Like, when you put things out on the internet, you're purposely putting yourself into a public forum. So you have to deal with, well, people disagreeing, agreeing, trolling, making fun of you, yelling at you, one wishes you the worst things happening to you, and so on. It all comes with the job of being like I would not call it a public, it is kind of like a public figure, but, you know, putting yourself out there. And if you can't handle that, don't do it. Like, just don't do it. Of course, you should not be like, you know, wishing them to not be here and be like abusive and shit like that. They are like, you know, boundaries you can cross, you should not be crossing. But I see way too many Linux people and people in general like, oh no, you cannot criticize because blah blah. Well, it's like criticizing a fucking fire hydrant on the street, you know. So Nick has gone completely Nickelodeon. Yeah, he's gone totally fucking crazy, man. I do like Mac. I'm to be honest, like, if I'm going to be 1,000,000,000% honest, when I saw Lamer ordering that fucking Mac Mini, I wish Becky would take him down to the basement, tie him up, and take the biggest, meanest whips he had and just whip the living shit out of him for fucking days. Gag his fucking mouth with a spike and jam a pitchfork up his ass because I wanted that fucking Mac Mini. Next this to SpoonBob was based on openSUSE. Yeah. Twitter's full of people who can't handle people with different. Yeah, that's why I made this series here, Crybabies. I do need to buy an external hard drive. Yeah, so here's the thing, Lamer. Do your research on dongles for well, any system, but do your research because not all are honest about the transfer speeds. It actually is a good idea to not buy the cheapest you can find. And go, like I said, go and watch some videos or some articles and figure out which ones are the best. And the best is not the most expensive one, funny enough. It's kind of like the middle of the road. That's where you get the best transfer speed and reliability and so on and so on. But definitely go and do some research, or else you would buy a dongle either for a lot of money or medium money that just gives you almost no performance, whatever. If you buy the right dongle, you get almost natively, sometimes native transfer speed. Like if it was plugged into the motherboard. And they don't cost much money. You just need to know what you're looking for. So when it comes to dongles for Apple products, especially the new M series, it actually matters a lot what you're buying. And it helps to do a little bit of research into it. So I just want to make sure that you know that you don't spend money on and then be like, oh my god, this is shit. Because I've been there myself before on Windows. Buying a dongle for Windows. I'm like, oh, this is a USB 3. And then you give me USB 2 speeds. Because it was basically just put a USB 3 plug on a USB 2 speed controller. You know, there's no standards really with USB, to be honest. Like real standard. Yeah, that was make me pause before buying a Mac Mini, the limited RAM, non-RAM upgrade. So from what I'm hearing is that unless you're doing hardcore video editing or virtualization, like hardcore virtualization and stuff like that, RAM is not really an issue. So from all of the people that I have seen using Mac Minis or Macs with the 8 gig of RAM, the only ones that run out of that are video editors, photo editors, content creators, and alike. You get what I'm saying here? Yeah, ARM is way less. It's also the way that the operating system handle RAM. So they use swap file or page file, what they're calling it, in a totally different way, or kind of the same way as Linux, but they do it more efficiently. And they also are better at do this whole compressing the RAM and flossing it and all of those things. Plus, it runs way faster because it's closer to the CPU. It's actually on the chip with the CPU. So when it's refreshing the RAM, it goes way faster, you know. Yeah, I think they call it a page file now or something like that. So like I said, the only people I've seen that kind of want more than 8 gig are like video editors, you know, content creators and professional video editors and professional photographers and stuff like that. If you're an everyday guy or girl that just do everyday, you know, whatever it is, maybe edit a video here and there and stuff like that. Yeah, you run a lot of containers, then you may need some more RAM. Yeah, but again, Layma, if you need any help with macOS, let me know. I do know a fair bit about it. I did run Mac, granted 10 years plus ago, or well, 10 years ago, for a few years, and have been kept up with Mac. I just never had, you know, well, I have a MacBook Pro, so I have kept up with it, but I've just not used it. I just used it for a couple of hours and then not used it for a month and used it for a couple of hours, but I still have kept up with what's going on in the Mac world. So please let me know, and I will do my best to find some good YouTubers you can watch or some good tutorials you can take and so on. Because I've kind of kept, you know, looking into the Mac world from the outside in, or what you will call it. Look at the group chat for the Amazon link. What do you mean? Yeah, so if you are going to run a VM on macOS, I do recommend going over the 8 gig of RAM. Because most systems nowadays require at least 4 gig of RAM to run somewhat decent. So I have a video coming out where I'm testing Windows 10 versus the latest version of Ubuntu running on 1 core and 1 gig of RAM. 1 core and 1 gig of RAM. To see if Linux really is this amazing speed demon that everyone is saying when you're running it as a desktop and not just as a headless server or in an i3 environment and stuff like that. And I'm opening up some programs and opening a web browser and opening some tabs and so on, so people can get an idea about what it is to expect. And I do this in a VM, which some people say is even worse because it's not as efficient as on real hardware. Well, so I'm testing Windows 10 versus Linux, and Windows 10 and Linux kind of have the same requirements when it comes to RAM and CPU. About the same. Yeah. Don't be afraid of ask help. Then you can also get a little bit of, you know, free time from Becky's fisting and spanking and stuff like that. Oh, you're running openSUSE ARM. If you're getting parallels for macOS, which is one of the best emulation software you should be running, because it's really optimized for macOS. You can run x86 Windows and Linux on it. It's simulating it really well. Like, really well. There are people gaming on Windows x86 on macOS running in parallels. And they are playing, like, intensive games. Like, they're not just sitting there playing Pac-Man and Miss Pac-Man. They're actually playing really intensive games. So, and I think there's a free version of Parallels. And also, there are a lot of deals and stuff like that. Yeah, but look into Parallels. I think it's called Parallels. Yeah, it's way more optimized. And there are ways of getting it legally cheaper than what they're asking for, because there's a lot of deals and promo codes floating around and stuff like that. Again, something we can... I need to set up a Mac channel on my Discord. And then I think I will make it invite only, or you know, we have to give them a role to get in there, so we get all the annoying Linux users out of it. I don't have annoying Linux users in my Discord, but you never fucking know, man. We can actually look up Parallels here. I can't spell. Yeah, Parallels, yeah. What is the other emulator called? So they have a free trial here. And of course, you can also run 15% off. You can probably get it cheaper than that. Oh, it's a yearly subscription. Oh, what is the other one called? There's one other. I can't fucking... Where are you, my friend? I'm also getting really into keyboards at the moment. No, not VMware. VMware Fusion should also... look into VMware Fusion, and I can get you VMware Fusion for free. I have a key. Oh yeah, virtualization. Fuck me, I typed in. Thank you. Oh, my dyslexia is really fucking me up today. Like, it's really bad. Yeah, I'm actually looking into building my own keyboard. I'm thinking about getting one of those Keytron bare bones keyboard and then get my own switches and all that. I don't want to go into looping and what have you not. That's too much. I want to buy some really good keys, textile keys. It's not a hobby. It's because right now I have like it's like a pre-built hobbyist keyboard I have right now that has MX Browns in it, and I just want them to be a little bit more textile. But it's not hot swappable. And I'm like, if I'm going to buy a hot swappable keyboard, I might as well just buy, you know, a keyboard where I can modify it as much as I want. And then I'm just going to buy that one keyboard. And then if I get tired of brown switches, I don't have to buy a new keyboard. I can then just switch the keys out. That's the only reason why I'm getting into it, is that I want a hot swappable keyboard. And then I want one of really, really good quality. So I'm looking at Keytron Q, whatever the fuck it's called, the 75 or the one with the F rows. I can't remember what it's called right now. Yeah. Crossover is another one. Yeah, Parallels. And there is VMware Fusion is a good one you could look into, as you said. But if you're going for VMware Fusion, let me know. I can get you the pro version. I have a key for it that you can use. It's the one that I'm also using. Crossover is the one also. Or it's only supported via Rosetta, but it should still be working though. Bootcamp you can't use. Vine is shit. VirtualBox is kind of shit. You could try it out. Hello, titties. Oh. I kiss like you mean it, for fuck's sake. Like, this looks so fake. Like, fucking kiss each other like you mean it. Am I getting booed? Oh my god, that's Becky and lamer. What am I looking at here? Holy shit. No, you don't have to make an account for VMware Fusion. I did not have to make an account. At least I don't know, but even if you do, you just make one and plop in the fucking keyword. More than your car, yeah. No, let's see if I can find the one. Is it Keats one they know they're called? Can I not go with just the Q series? Either I would go Q or Q Pro, I don't know. And I think it's a 75. Yeah, that's the one I want. One of these bare bones here. Apparently they don't have the bare bones here. Yeah, Switch and Click. Yeah, I'll watch her. She's quite good. Yeah. She's actually good. I'm watching Keyboard, or what the fuck his name is. It's another Asian dude. He's also really funny. He has small sketches in his videos. I actually watch him the most. And then I'm watching someone just reviewing normal old keyboards and stuff there. Yeah, I think I've seen Red Dragon, yeah. But yeah, I'm getting one of these Keats one, Q, whatever they are called, version 2 or whatever they are. It's on a, I think it's a Swedish site I'm buying from, where I get them a little bit cheaper. And then I just need to find some really, really good textile, you know, bumpy switches. He's yeah, Chrysler 22, yeah. I love his, yeah. I'm watching. I start to watch his playlist of keyboard reviews. Yeah. That's the dude I'm watching. I'm like 90 videos into his keyboard reviews or something like that. The English chap. Yeah. That's the one I'm watching. Yeah. But yeah, I just want like a bare bone where they allow me, where I can go in and buy stuff if I need extra stuff and put in or take out. And then it has to be, like I said, swappable. So if I get tired of the switches, I can change them out. Because I tend to buy a lot of keyboards. Then I buy membrane keyboards, then I buy mechanicals, and then I get tired of that mechanical switch and I buy another one. I used to buy like a keyboard every 3 months or something like that. And I'm like, now, and this time I bought like, what is it called? Vortex Razer 3 RPG. But I have this one right now. I just don't have the Type-C one. I have the older version. But I have this one right now. RPG version with MX Blues in them. Blues, yeah. Cherry MX Blue. And it's a really good keyboard. I just have the older version with the USB-A in it, but it don't matter. The only difference is basically it's just the connection. And I don't mind. But it's a really good keyboard, to be honest. But I just want the opportunity to try out other keys. You know, other different keys. Yeah, act like, yeah, tell people you can game. Yeah. Yeah, he's lost it, man. He lost it. YouTube reviews get goofier and goofier the longer they do it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Switch and Click used to be nervous and play a straight. Yeah. I think her husband kind of made her chill out a little bit, to be honest. There's also that Hippo guy. He's also kind of funny. But he just likes to loop everything. Everything with him is loop. I don't know if he's trying to send a message or something like that. Yeah, Alice layout. Yeah. There's a company in Germany that makes like a replica of the old keyboards you can buy. People are, yeah. That kind of goofball. Yeah. Well, that's let's see if we can find them. So Hybiotech. Short Circuits actually have some good one. He's also good, this dude here. What if I do looping? I'm like 8 years old. I giggle every time I have to type looping in YouTube. I feel like a dirty motherfucker. Yeah. Oh, that's not the one. The Dragon Project. Switch and Click. Yeah, CC. That's the short videos. Here. This guy here I watch a lot. Yeah, but Switch and Click is also good. And then there's a lot of others, but those are the ones that I watch the most. Yeah, I will make a Mac only channel in there. Yeah, but there's one guy that do like keyboard building in his on Switch, I think it is. And then put up the highlights on YouTube. It's like a black-haired dude. Oh, you have to pay. Yeah, it's the same here. Yeah, electrical piano is also called a keyboard here. Yeah. This dude is also good, Louis Toe. There's actually a lot of good keyboard channels out there. This is also a good one. Yeah. And now his open boss is the new CES. His old boss is the new CEO, I think you mean. Okay. Yeah, I didn't look into it. I didn't like. I don't care. I really don't. I don't give a fuck. Because he's still going to have a shit ton of influence, and I think he still is going to do a lot of stuff with Linus Media Group that then controls Linus Tech Tip and all the other channels. She's just like. It sounds like he's just going to do the more overall picture instead of just focusing on the channel. So he's kind of becoming a traditional CEO. And then let's, someone take over the Linus Tech Tip channel, so to speak. Yeah, this dude here is quite funny. He really hates MX Browns, by the way. Yeah, Apple keyboards are a little bit crazy, yeah. This dude here I love a lot. I really love watching his videos. He's actually an aerospace engineer. But yeah, I do like watching his videos because it's not. I feel sometimes they just nerd out way too much about things that is almost on. Like when they go into the whole sound thing, I'm like, yeah, I don't give a fuck how it sounds. Like I normally when I type on my keyboard, I want the feel. The sound I don't give that much fucks about because either I listen to music, watching YouTube, I have headphones on, so I don't hear the sound that much anyway. So I feel for some people the only thing they care about is the sound. And I'm like, the sound is not helping you type. It's not making you type better or faster or whatever the fuck it is. It's just a sound. And when people go in like it's all about the sound, I'm like, yeah. It's like buying a car because it has the right sound. And it's a shitty car, but it has the right sound. And I just can't. I'm just like, okay, now you're just like, I think you missed the point here a little bit. A keyboard is where you type. The typing should be what you're focusing on the most. Then if you want a nice sounding keyboard on top of that, I can totally agree with you. But keyboard, like the biggest focus should be on how the fuck it feels to type on. It isn't the Apple Mac, it's just an Apple. Yeah, I know those, yeah. Yeah, the thunk and the click, and I'm like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't care how it sounds if it's the best fucking typing keyboard in the world. If it's the best typing keyboard in the world and it looks fucking amazing, I'm all for it. Or if it's an amazing typing keyboard and you could do much to it to make it look a little bit better or, you know, less high pitch, I'm all for it. But they spend 30 minutes just making it sound the right way. Like, are you not listening to anything than your keyboard? Like, are you just sitting there like a fucking mouth-drooling idiot? Like, give me that thunk. Oh yeah, come on, baby. Come on. Oh yeah, bottom out. Yeah, baby. You know, is that all they fucking care about? Yeah, comfortability, the feel on the fingers, and so I don't like Cherry MX Reds because I type really heavy and I tend to rest my fingers on the keyboard. So I accidentally activate a key because they're so light. So I need tactile keys or keys that have like a really strong spring in them because I rest a lot my fingers on my keys, as I said, and I do type quite hard. So I need, like, I call them manly, beefy keys. Or I need a tactile bump so I know that, oh shit, I'm about to activate something. And then the sound is like third on the list or something like that. But for most people nowadays, it's all about that fucking sound. Extra function keys and other features, something kind of just an afterburner. I feel a lot of keyboard reviewers, they are not really keyboard reviewers. They are sound engineers or sound reviewers. They only care about the sound. And I'm like, yeah, a desk keyboard. Yeah, I've heard a little bit of okayness with desk keyboard. Or desk keyboards I've heard good things about. A wrist pad and bit loud and Jerry Brown's key set. Yeah, they have a long travel, yeah. Lamer, you would love MX Browns them then. Because Browns is basically just reds with a little, and I'm saying this really, really generously, a little bit of a tactile bump, but a more stiff string in them. Because you and I have the same problem then. So MX Browns, if you type on them when you're normally typing, you barely notice the bump. But if you're making, like, if you're doing it like this, like one up, like slowly activating it, you can feel the bump. But if you're doing it fast, you don't really feel the bump that much, like almost at all. But if you're doing it slow, like if you're resting a finger on it, you can feel the bump coming, and you, at least I'd start to leave off a little bit. And it also gives you a little bit of initial barrier before you start to activate it. And it's basically just a red that's stiffer, ladies, and have a little bit of a tactile bump. I just prefer more tactile bump myself, but I can definitely, like, this is the best keyboard I ever have had. And I've had like the Razer clicky keyboard, like the Razer Black Widow clicky keyboard, like 5 years ago or something like that. And I loved the clickiness, and I thought I loved it because it was set the click sound, but it was the tactile bump that I loved. I love the feedback that a tactile bump is giving me when I'm typing. This here is okay, I just wish it had a little bit more. So if the Cherry MX Browns had a little bit more noticeable tactile bump, I would love them to death. It's not bad, but I will not say strictly better than membrane keyboard. It depends. Like, yeah, I get what you're saying. Membrane keyboards, I had some really good membrane keyboards. Like, I've had membrane keyboards that was better than some fucking mechanical keyboards. You know, no doubt about it. No fucking doubt about it. Most mechanical vehicles look the same. Because they're ripping each other off with the design. It's a little bit like this, you know, if it's proven to work, why reinvent the wheel? And most of the time when people are trying to make new designs of mechanical keyboards, or the switches, you know, the build of them and the molding of the molds and stuff like that, either it gets too expensive or too complicated, or they don't last that long. But if you take like a Cherry MX design and just building on or modifying a little bit, it's kind of like a proven, reliable thing that you then are improving on. And the profile, the one I have now is actually low profile keycaps. It's just about the keycaps. Yeah, the Razer do good mechanical keyboards. They really do. Oh, the HP Offer keyboard. Oh my god. Oh, we have them at work. It feels like you're putting your finger down the fucking throat of someone that puked themselves or something like that. Ugh. I hope you keep the Mac lame. Yeah, get like an old laptop and put Linux or Proxmox on. Oh, fuck it. You probably have an old PC laying around, and just use that as a Proxmox server. Just put a lot of RAM in it, you know. Build like a really cheap Ryzen system. You know, Ryzen 5 from like a 1000 or 2000 series. You don't need the latest and greatest for Proxmox. And then get like 6-core, 12-thread Ryzen 1600 or 2600 CPU. You get them for like under $200. You know, and then give it like 64-bit, 32 gigs of RAM or something, like 16 gigs of RAM, and a lot of SSDs, and you have a really cheap, good Proxmox server for virtualization. I can give you some builds. You know. You're right, yeah. Messing with keyboards is something really new, yeah. Yeah, that's right. AMD. I think you don't see many old AMD systems around. It's because AMD is not that old yet. Like Ryzen 1 is like not that old. So it's not really considered old anymore. Yet, even to this day, Ryzen 1 is not really considered old. It's just old for the current generation that we have. What is Ryzen? Like 4 years old or something like that? Ryzen 1? 4, 5 years old? You're right, Lama. It is better spec. Yeah. Yeah, Ryzen. Yeah, I have a 3600. It's actually really well. But I just want more. I think I think mine is about to probably hit the bed, my 3600, because the 3600 had like they were not that well binned. So there's a lot of degradation going on with the 3600s if you're pushing them a lot over long periods of time all the time. And I do that with rendering. No, rendering videos. And after a few years, people have started to notice that the 3600s, some of the CPU started to degrade. And I think mine is doing that. Or it could be the fact that I'm running off the same SSD with Windows on it for 7 years now. Which I think is probably the case, that it could also be a time for a new Windows install. I haven't reinstalled Windows since 2016. So that could probably also be it. That Windows has just been running for so long that it's starting to act up a little bit. Because I do get randomly fucking crashes. And it's always CPU related or graphic card related. And that tells me there's some driver issues somewhere or firmware issues. So there's probably some legacy driver laying around. And I tried all of those, but it's DCU, and I tried everything to purge as much of it as I can, but there must be something laying around somewhere messing it up. Yeah, 2003 and AMD was not that well, yeah. Yeah, AMD Ryzen is not for servers. That's why you go with like their high-end servers, like the Threadrippers and stuff like that. They way more optimized for that. Yo, Zipper up gang. Yeah, I need to actually do an update now you're saying it. Yeah, so if you want to go into Proxmox, Lamer, I would build like a really cheap system. Like a desktop. Because you don't need a monitor for it. And you can probably do that for like... I don't know. $300 or something like that. And then you can always add more hard drives to it later on. Yeah, of course, what powerful server. Yeah. Yeah, take the... You don't even need... If you don't need to buy hard drives, you can just take those hard drives and put them over here. I'm happy with your... your $3 HP keyboard, yeah. A Dell Mini could be just as good as a Proxmox server. You just need to have more than 4 cores, in my opinion. So you can give 4 cores to the VM. And you need to have more than 4 gig of RAM. So we can give 4 gig of RAM to the VM. Anything beside that is just gravy. Yeah, like you can get really cheap machines nowadays if you just want to have them as NAS servers and stuff like that. But go with like an i5 6-core on Ryzen 1600 or 2600 that you get thrown in your face if you just mention their names in any fucking store nowadays. And a really cheap motherboard. You don't need a lot of fancy motherboards. Or it's a dual core, yeah, then you should probably not use it. Then get about 16 gigabytes of RAM. And then just throw shit ton of hard drives in it. And throw Proxmox on it. No, Mac Mini don't have Xeons. Well, we are using Synology at work, and they're actually really fucking good machines. I partially tried my Ryzen 7 2700, might turn it into a streaming PC. Oh, that could be amazing. That could be amazing, yeah. So I am upgrading to AM5 right now. I'm buying components when I can afford them. And when that's built, I may take the system I have right now, because I have an old Battle Define, whatever version it is, that's really quiet, and put that in there. The system I have, like the motherboard and CPU and RAM in that one. and then throw a shit ton of hard drive in it, and then go and mess around with Proxmox and stuff like that. Make like a mini home server. Go watch some of Christian Lambert's videos about home servers. I may do that. Because I'm keeping the case that I have right now just for saving money. So I can basically just transplant this cooler, CPU and RAM and all that shit over in the old system. That was my old NAS server. And then I could use that as a Proxmox server and stuff like that. But I do want a Synology, like one of those really, really cheap Synology NASs, just to mess around with it. Because like I said, we are using them at work, and I kind of want to learn more about Synology NAS. Because they are really good. They are expensive, but they are really good. Would I pay Chris Titus Tech for Windows support? No. I'd rather have Becky and Laura simultaneously gluing their fists together and ram it up my ass for a week. And calling me a naughty little boy. I call Bill Gates' daughter when I need Windows support. Yeah. The video coming out tomorrow is a video that Bill Gates sponsored. I made a video about Bill Gates sponsoring my videos. Because believe it or not, people think that I'm paid off by Microsoft. Yep. My little fucking insignificant channel is paid off by Microsoft. He is better on Windows than he is on Linux, but here's the thing, his Windows knowledge is outdated. Like his last certificate is over 10 years old or something like that, and as far as I understand it, he has not really kept up with it. And like any other skill, if you don't keep up your knowledge about it, your knowledge becomes obsolete. That's why when, like, the video that I'm reacting to for next week, the Linux experiment comes in and say, I have not used Windows for 5 years or 10 years or something like that. Then he's not qualified to talk anything about Windows then. Because you have no idea what's going on with Windows. Only the Linux nerds think you are paid off by Microsoft. Funny enough, the only people complaining about other people's operating systems are Linux nerds. It's baffling me. I'm like, huh? They matter and then they don't. So certifications don't really matter, to be honest. Certifications matter if you're going to look for a job and that job requires you the certifications. Other than that, they don't really matter that much. What people are interested in is, can you do the job we want you to do, and can you show us you can do the job we want you to do? And if you're certified up your ass or not, they don't give a fuck. If you can show that you're really good at what they want you to do. And then if the company wants to give you a certificate or want a certification as part of a marketing spiel, or because some hardware vendors require, software repair guys to have the certification, let them pay it for you. Let them pay it for you. I think he said he has not used it at all for 5 years or something like that. I can't remember now. I fucking can't. It's in the video. It's in the video. So when I listen to the Linux experiment, I listen, I analyze. When I'm done, two hours later, I forgot everything about it. It's that fucking meaningless. I'm sorry, but it's that impactful. It's like, fuck that shit. Fuck that dude. And then 3 hours later, I barely can remember what the fuck was going on in his videos. So does it make sense to do them generally without having no. So in my humble opinion, you should only take a certification if the job that you really want require you to have one. Like if it's like, we are not going to hire anyone if they don't have it, then you should take it. Certifications are nice to have. They are nice to have. But I will. So here's the thing. I've seen people getting certification, all kind of fucking shit, mostly non-tech related stuff. And the companies paid them to do it. They got the job without the certification. And then for some reason or another, a certification was required. Or the company wants to attract more high-paying customers. And those high-paying customers may say, well, we will only hire people that are certified. So the company certified them, not because they didn't know what the fuck they were doing, but then they could go to the customers and say, well, we have certified people here, pay us more. And now you can see that we know what we are talking about. Certification is just, I don't know how I can say it in a nice way. It's like, it's for businesses doing business with businesses. They love that shit. And like I said, some jobs do require you having a certification. But if you don't want a job that requires your certification, don't take it. Get a GitHub page going if it's development or what. Have some way that when you're going to a interview, you can say, look, this is my skill level. This is what I can do. And you can show them like your GitHub or projects that you have done and all of these kind of things. That's what they care about. But most of all, how trainable are you? I cannot say this enough. How trainable are you? Because if you are a Python developer and they're like, oh, we do Python, but we also do JavaScripting. No, I'm a Python developer. I am not going to touch that devil coding at all. It's the devil's. I'm not going to touch it. Yeah, then you're not getting the job. What companies look at, really highly look at, is not so much what you can do, but how well do you fit in the working environment they have, and how easy can they train you to function in their company dynamic. So if you're really easy to train, and I always say this, you should never say no. Of course, you should say no in certain circumstances, but when it comes to like, oh, we are doing this new thing, are you interested in being part of that? Say yes. Or we are thinking about migrating from X to X. Say yes to learn the new technology. Because if you say no, when there is like time to fire someone, you become less and less relevant for that company. Because you're not keeping up with the evolution of the company. You're not keeping up with the skills required to be in the job that you're in. And sad enough, especially with programmers, I see a lot of them, they learn 1 or 2 languages and they don't want to go out of that. Like, there are YouTube videos on people bitching and moaning about them not getting a job because Pascal is not in favor anymore. They're like, oh, why is people using this Java and JavaScripting and Python and all that? Pascal is the best thing ever. Like, I spent hours and hours and thousands of dollars in Pascal and now I'm irrelevant. Yeah, that's because you don't follow with the times. You don't follow what is needed. You need to be adaptable. And that's also why I say, if you show the company that you can adapt with the company, they will pay you to do it. They will give you the certifications, they will put you on school to learn that new skill, and they will give you a fucking raise on top of it. Most people I see getting fired, that, well, my whole life, the ones that goes the first are the ones that are not adaptable. That don't want to adapt, that don't want to learn something new. They have done the same fucking shit for decades. They don't want to change. Those are the ones going first. Where the ones that, you know, show that, well, I'm here for the company. I'm here to adapt. I'm willing to learn new stuff. I'm willing to may not do what I was hired to, but do something else because that's what is required. Not only do they last longer in the jobs, they get way higher paid than everyone else. You know, But if they ask you to work overtime every fucking day and weekends every weekend and stuff like that, you say no to that. You know, don't say yes. Don't allow them to abuse you. You know, you say yes to something that can help your future, but you say no to stuff where they are abusing and using you. I hope you. So if they want you to like take one course after the other, you're not getting a raise, for example. You say no to that. Every time I had a job, and they want to give me like a course to do something more advanced, I'm like, what do I get out of it? I've now become more valuable to you as a company. That must reflect in my salary. And I'm not asking for like a 10, 15% increase. 1%, like 2%, just show me that you recognize that I'm becoming more valuable for the company. And depending on how big those, you know, things and how much more responsibility it is, that should be reflected in the pay raise. So you don't promote someone from being a janitor to be like a department head and then still giving them a janitor salary, you know, like that's stupid. Oh, lame, are you fucking cheeseball? I'm just that low as at least someone likes me, I think. Yeah, so DistroTube, I think a lot of the things DistroTube is saying is bullshit. Check someone's GitHub. They do. If you go and watch a lot of videos from professional programmers and stuff like that, and programmers that manage other programmers, they actually say that if the right candidate shows the right potential, but don't have the right certification, but can show a body of work, that would be the deciding factor. The body of work would be the deciding factor. But in the beginning, it's not like they look at all people's GitHubs. Like, you have to go through, you know, they have to find the ones that fits, like, socially into the structure. They have to find the ones that may fit in, like, you know, every company have its own kind of culture and organism, so to speak. So first they're weeding all those out that just will not fit in there. So if it's a really sociable company and it's an antisocial dickhead that's sitting in front of them, they are not hiring that person unless like the person is massively good. So they weed out all, you know, they comb out all of the easy targets first. And then when it comes down to like 1 or 2 or 3 people, it could be something like what show us some work, or calling past employments that you had. We do that a lot here in Denmark. When it comes down to like the fast find people, they call you past working jobs. How is it to work with? What have you done or she? You know, can they really do what they're saying they can do and stuff? We are really relying a lot of that here in Denmark. Calling up your old employments. And depending on what they are saying, that can land or not land your job. And then also, do you have any proof of what you are saying? You know, can you show that you are a good programmer or mechanic? You know, where have you worked? You know, what kind of work have you done? If you're like a carpenter or you know, let's say masonry or what the fuck it's called. You know, can you show me something you built? You know, oh, I helped them build that department complex over there, something like that. You know, if you can show off your skill in some ways, really important also. But that's only important if you don't get weeded out in the first couple of rounds, of course. Again, say no to the right things. If it's working extra time every fucking day, if the boss wants you to work 2 hours without pay every day, you say no. But yeah, say yes to the right parts. That's the kind of what I say, like that it's people that don't want to adapt and don't want to follow with the company's evolution. You know, Yeah, but here's the thing. Everything can be worked out. Like, it's better to have 10 people that works really, really well together than having 9 people that works well together and then one person that may be 50% better at the task at hand, but cannot work with anyone else. Because he is going to slow everyone down. Because he don't want to communicate and blah, 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 so they are waiting on him or he's waiting on them and all of that fucking bullshit. You know, more brains are better than one good brain. No matter how intelligent you are, you would be outcompeted by enough people. And if they are really good at working together, they can outcompete you really fucking well. So it's better to have a lot of intelligent people that can work together. Then you have a winning team. Or having some few intelligent people that work really well with some, you know, average people. Then you can also do really well. But all these loners, loners are really good. If you have a specific problem you need to be solved. A really unique specific problem. You have this obscure thing that needs to be solved. Then you find one of those lonely people, or loners, or not lonely, but loners, that sit in a corner and all they do is work that specific problem. But when that problem is solved, they are not needed anymore. Or if the problem gets solved and they make it so easy to maintain it that everyone can do it, they are not needed anymore. Because now they have to adapt to everything else. Yeah, I don't like people using ChatGPT for programming. I don't. Because it's doing most of the work for them. I don't mind if it's like, oh, how do I do this? You know, how do I set up an input function in whatever programming language? Or, oh my god, how is the right way to do a print statement and stuff like that? Then I like ChatGPT, but sitting and making it write 50% of your program. No. Because then if that program fucks up, you have no fucking idea what's going on. You need to understand your code. And if you don't understand your code, it's really fucking easy for everyone else to see that. If it's code, you just copy paste it into it. Because then someone that knows what they're talking about look at it and be like, this looks really weird. Why are you doing that? And you're like, ChatGPT said to do that. Or just copy paste the code in for GitHub. Yeah, but do you know why it's like that? ChatGPT said so. It's a really big trap to fall into, that one, because it's so convenient. It's so convenient. But if you like, how do I do a print statement in Python, or how do I properly set up a class, a private class in Java? Yeah, it can explain to you how you do it. And refresh your memory. But when people are starting to use it to write code for them, if you don't write the code, or don't write after someone else's code, you start to forget it. It's like use it or lose it. You know, use it or lose it. If you don't go to the gym, you lose it. If you don't walk every day, you lose it. The same with coding. If you don't code and someone else is doing it for you, you lose it. Reading code and typing code are two different things. Understanding reading code and understanding programming code, two different things. I have to write code to see what am I missing. I used Bing Chat for my homework to have it write the code to see what I'm missing. That's not that good. I will not do that. What I would do is I would take the error code and Google that, for example. What does this error code mean? And then see, okay, now I know what the error code mean, then try fix it yourself. Figuring out code I wrote last week, never mind someone copy paste. Yeah, exactly. It is a well-indexed search engine. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Don Knut, yeah. Exactly. Write your code and then use ChatGPT to, for example, like you said, search the error code or type it in. Is this the right way of doing it and stuff like that? A stack replacement. Yeah. Yeah, ChatGPT don't get pissed off of stupid questions. That's right, yeah. Oh, by the way, Lamer, are you still here? I actually have a question for you. I totally forgot about it. But I am not... I'm not... what is it called? Yeah, give me 1 second. I am sure that in like 5, 10, 20 years, there's no real coders anymore. There would be coders managing an AI coding for them. So your job is to understand the right questions to ask the AI, and then they will write the code. And then you are just basically fact-checking the code. So you don't become the author, you become the fact-checker. You know, you are checking, okay, is this right? ChatGPT or some AI is writing the code, you are testing the code if it's working. So you basically become bug testers. So you need to understand a little bit about coding, but not nearly as much as you're doing today. That would be done by some AI just coding everything for you. And you're basically just running the program and testing it. And then, oh, this is a bug and this is a bug. And then you may fix the bug or you even fucking get the AI to fix the bug. You know. So I have a video also coming out about open source security. There is a security firm that made a study about open source security. And almost 50% of all open source code have vulnerability in it, running code. Because of lack of patching, running outdated software that nobody have looked at for years after years, and people not actually looking at the code and refreshing it, finding it, and so on. It's actually really, really interesting videos. And I found 2 studies. One of them was really, really also. I benched that one, but all the studies I showed, and these are not scientific studies, they are just like white papers or research studies, or research papers. None of them could show a scientific evidence that open source was more secure or better than proprietary software. But they could not find any scientific proof other than opinions that proprietary software was more stable or secure than open source. So when someone say one of them is more secure or better than the other, it's all based on opinions. There are no scientific reason for them to be so. There's no scientific study that can prove that they are. Open source tends to have some added benefits, like, you know, you could get the community to help you and stuff like that if you're lucky enough. But yeah, I have a video coming out about that. Someone did a security audit on open source software, a security firm, and what some white papers, study papers, or research papers said about the security about open source versus closed source, and it's mainly just based on opinions. Because there's no scientific papers that say that with provable evidence and retesting evidence, like you do the test over and over again and you get the same results. There's no evidence like that to say that one or the other is better or more secure. I found that really interesting. But what I found more interesting is that almost 50% of all open source code running in any industry right now today is as unsecure and as unmaintained as any other proprietary software. Because a code security comes down to the users and managers, which a lot of people tend to forget. Because they think that just because they think that the code determines how secure something is. No, it's the humans that determines how secure something is. So I found that really interesting, and I think that will piss off a lot of Linux people, because they all love to say that open source is more secure. Yeah, error codes in cars. Yeah. Work at such large code base that architecture is way more important than 15 lines. Yeah, exactly. is bad at domains that are not popular. Yeah. ChatGPT or Bing Chat is also really good at Python, to be honest. It's ChatGPT is just really clever programming. You know. You're going at it with those USB sticks again, I see, Joseph. I don't know. This whole ChatGPT and stuff like that, I think people are getting too fucking invested in it. And they are too blindsided for what it is. They think that now we have sentient beings running around on the internet or something like that. I think a lot of them are putting way too much trust and power into those chat AIs. Because they want them to be that good, and they are really not that. Yeah, it's the new tech form, exactly. And honestly, they are not, like, asking Bing to do something for you. You can find the same results by doing a normal search, and almost faster in some instances. So when I'm logged into my Edge browser on my host machine and I Bing something, I find the results I want faster than Bing Chat can formulate a response to me. I can find 1 or 2, 3 sites with the information I want and have them open faster than Bing Chat can formulate a response to me. In a lot of instances. Or when I found the right information I need, Bing Chat is almost done responding to my question. Because when you Bing something, it automatically also on the sidebar gets translated into Bing Chat automatically tries to answer it for you. And it's still slower than I can do it myself in 9, or maybe not 9, but let's say 7 out of 10 times. I can get the information faster than Bing Chat can find it, formulate it, and type it out. It's not that great. If you know how to search, you can do it faster than they can. That's true. You can ask for buggy code fixes, yeah. Yeah, it is a payoff for people investing into it, definitely. I really hate that the fucking overlay is not working, but yeah. Also, if you use ChatGPT for real-time system programming, you're going to harm people. I don't know about that. There should be... So here's the thing. If you're making code that can harm someone and there's nobody to check your code, that's a management issue. That's a corporate structure issue. You know. Oh yeah, AI stopped indexing years ago. That's true, yeah. Like, AI is going to be more and more prevalent in the future. Like, that's not fucking crossover that. Of course it is. Of course it is. But AI today is not as good as you think it is. Like I said, go on to Bing and search a term. And if you have access to the Bing chat, that will help you. That's basically the AI. 7 out of 10 times, if not 9 out of 10 times, you get the you yourself find that information faster than the Bing chat can find it. When I found the information I want, it's like only starting to formulate a response or halfway through the response. And I already found 2 or 3 or 4 sites, or even already found the snippets of code that I need. And it's still not fucking done. It's really, really interesting how bad they actually are when you're comparing them to how you do it and look at them do it. I think what draws people in is that they just are typing something and then they just sit and wait and look. And they don't think about that. Why they're sitting there doing nothing and it's doing the work for them. They could have done the same work faster than the AI is doing it. Because it's going out and pinging the internet and searching the internet, taking the relevant information, reformatting it into understandable text, and blah blah, displaying it to you, the human. You could have done all of that yourself without all the extra steps in between. To openSUSE Tumbly is Zipper. Zipper is better than Pac-Man if you know how to use it. Zipper have way more package control and way more functionality built in than Pac-Man. It is slower than Pac-Man, but it can do so much more than Pac-Man can do. To rescue Zilla, a restored VM. Yeah, is that not normal knowledge? I thought it was. Shell blocks with ChatGPT and JSON output in 15 minutes. I had fast monitoring power output. Python converter will see the power consumption. Yeah, and if you knew how to search, and what to look out for in search results, you could probably have done it faster. I used to use Bing Chat to help me with, common things I have forgotten in Python because I haven't used them in a long time. And I just stopped because it took way too long for it to figure it out. But just to give me, like, a one-line code. Well, openSUSE also have an AUI. It's called SUSE Software, or OBI. openSUSE's AUI is PPAs. It's more like PPAs. Here you go. And then you can one-click install shit, community packages, download, or they have a one-click install, or you add a repo. It's openSUSE software. Software.opensuse.org. And then you just search a package. So let's say, I don't know what the fuck to search for. VLC. It's already in the repo, but yeah, they also have the Pac-Man repo. But if it's not in the Pac-Man repo, you can do an Express app install, app stream install. But this is in the repo, so you can't find it. Yeah, you just go in here and search for it. It's already in the Pac-Man repository. Let's see, view this one here. It's already in there. Python MOBI. It's already in the software repository. But yeah, if there's a community repo, it will be shown up in here, and then you just click click install, and it will automatically add the repo file to the source list and all of that jazz. Yeah. I think it is. The reason why Zebra is slow is because if you're not living in Europe, you need to basically change the repository location to a server closer to you, because for some fucking reason so Zebra have the repo detection tool have a AI tool that should automatically find the closest servers to you, but it don't work. It just don't work. It don't work. So you have to go in manually and find and change the repos to some place closer to you. And then you get kind of Fedora speed. There are some really small places where AI can do it better. But just like with any human, you have to fact check it. Lamer, give me an outline about how you want that front end for OBI to look like, and we can code it. We can do a live stream where we code it online. While I'm streaming, we can code a front end for OBI. Oh shit. I have a video on my channel about it. Just search it on my channel. Oh fuck, I can't spell today. Oh well, anyway. Where's the search thingy? I think it's this one here. And this one is about OPA. Yay, AUR, like helper for openSUSE. Here, how to change mirrors in openSUSE. Here you go. No, Zipper is slow because, well, it's slow for the same reasons DNF is slow. But it's mostly slow because people are not using the correct servers. And or mirrors, here's a mirror list. But it's doing a lot of validating, checking, you know, it's doing a lot of extra steps in the back end to make sure that it don't fuck up. You know, there's a lot of checks and balances that have to be checked and balanced. You have to figure out what's going on. That's one of the reasons. And of course the package formats also have something to do with it, but mostly it's because they do way more check and balancing than most other package managers. Pacman also has a lot of Python code in it. It has nothing to do with the code speed. apt-get is almost pure Python. That's almost as fast as Pacman. Oh well. It has some 14% is Python. I don't know if openSUSE is in there. Well, we just debunked you here. Zipper is mostly C++. It actually has less Python in it than Pacman has. So what you just said is actually wrong. It's the other way around. Zipper is mostly written is more written in C language than Pacman is, and Pacman is written as using more Python code. So I don't know where you're getting your information from, but those YouTubers that you're talking to, you should not talk to them apparently, or those Linux nerds that you're talking to, because apparently they are wrong. Again, like we can figure out a lot of fucking shit if we actually check what people are telling us to do, or what they're telling us. Because most of the things that YouTubers are telling you, at least with Linux, is massively wrong. It's one of the few areas in tech on YouTube where most of these things that are being said is bullshit. And it's really sad. Any other... oh! Let's look at this one here from good old Tech Hut. Almost any other tech space, it's kind of reliable what people are saying about the technology, but with Linux, most of the things that are being said about Linux from YouTubers are bullshit. Big, massive, donkey bullshit. Like, it's massively, massively wrong. And it's really sad. Let's react to this one here. Oh, I closed the wrong fucking thing here, sorry. Yeah, articles should be better. Your excuse there, my friend. Articles should be better, yeah. But... I sadly enough, unless you hear something about Linux from a really, really, really professional Linux person, aka someone that works with Linux, not use it, but works with Linux, you will get some degree of misinformation. And if you read in an article that was the case and they didn't do like a basic fucking GitHub search, that's a little bit scary, to be honest. Look at that fucking beard, man. Yeah, narrow scope Linux experience and just parroting. Yeah, exactly. I don't care about the new Cosmic Desktop. I really don't give a fuck about it. I really don't. I don't see why we need another desktop environment under Linux. We have way too many desktops environment already. It's just adding to the confusion and to the lack of standardization and stuff like that. Is he on a fucking holiday? I like his new place here, or did he just become so fucking popular on YouTube that he's living in a mansion right now?
Everybody, this is got a good one for you today. This is going to be covering some of the latest in Linux news, primarily thanks to our newsletter here. If you don't know, we do have a newsletter that mostly...
No, I hate GNOME. Well, I do like Ubuntu Desktop that's based on GNOME. But I'm just using GNOME right now to see if I can live with... I do use GNOME on and off, but I really don't like it that much. It is a good desktop environment. I just like KDE better, but I like to switch things up. So, but yeah.
Covers free and open source stuff and occasionally some other tech things here and there. Nicola right here is the primary writer. Fantastic YouTube channel. I do recommend you check him out. And this newsletter is actually...
Yeah, so Nick, the KDE guy, he likes drama. He stirred up some beef with that VTuber that said some shit about KDE that is really into GNOME. And I'm like, if you have to pick up a fight with someone, do it with someone that's not a fucking VTuber that's hiding behind an avatar. And yeah, like, yeah, I just can't take him seriously, but he's a writer for Tech Hub. He's a cool guy, but I just, like, when I see people starting beefs with VTubers and stuff like that, I'm like, just the fact that they are VTuber already tells me that there's something fundamentally wrong. Not like they are mentally wrong, but like, put your fucking face out there or don't. Don't do this middle ground with having a fucking, VTuber avatar. It's like, you're going to attract the wrong people. You're going to attract horny teenagers, no matter if it's a guy VTuber or girl VTuber. Because they sit and fantasize about you really being a girl or something like that. It's like, I pressed a key. There you go.
A couple days ago, if you are interested in subscribing to this newsletter, all you need to do is go down here, click on subscribe. It will open this up. You can just go with the free one. That's the newsletter. Pop in your name, pop in your email, and you're going to get it. So the first thing, and probably the biggest deal to me, is the latest Cosmic DE updates, feature panel settings, and more. We got a nice rundown of what's going on, but all these little bits of tech news do have the links to the original sources, so we can see a lot more detailed information here. lots of new stuff with their Cosmic DE. That is their new desktop environment that they're writing in Rust specifically for Pop! OS. And we can see in this image here some of the customization options that they are going to be adding. One, you'll notice it looks basically identical at the default as their current Cosmic desktop environment, which is basically just a bunch of extensions on top of a GNOME. But here we have applets, so you can be able to easily customize what is showing up and where. We have workspace button, application button, time, date, input sources, and a bunch of typical things that you'd expect, but you are able to delete.
What do you call this? This is also just an extension. I hate this. Let's reinvent the fucking wheel with Linux. Oh, man.
Add applets, move them around. Very similar to the Budgie desktop environment by the looks of it. And in addition, it looks like they've added some awesome customization options to those panels that the applets go on. You could change the position, the size, the opacity, add margins, and all that. So you can see here they have an example.
Just like I can do with Dash to Panel. Come on, man. I'm getting hemorrhoids by watching. Like, what is it with the Linux community? Come on. Also, why do we need all these play next buttons and all that fucking shit down there?
Example of it off to the
side. Oh, lacking, of course.
I'm not personally a fan of how this one looks, but you can see they kind of squished up the full width kind of dock thing up with the panel, so you can use that if you would like to. I really like this one, or this cool, customization of having kind of a little drop down similar to what you get from the Mac or the MacBook webcams now. If it was me, I would do something like this and then maybe a small dock on the bottom. I think that would be my perfect customization using all this. And of course you could have floating, which I really do like. You can see they went with the lighter theme here based on.
So that's basically just KDE then.
Floating dock on the bottom, which I would, or I generally go for as my default.
So are they just basically making a KDE and QT or in GTK then?
Settings as well as keyboard input, wallpaper, all the stuff you'd expect.
No. Shut up! I'm trying to debug something here. Just because something is written in a fucking programming language, don't make it cool. It don't make it cool. Rust is just a programming language. It's like, what programming language something is written in is meaningless for the consumer or the user. It's only going to affect people coding forward. Oh, yeah, incredible starting and brave. Exactly, yeah. If you're using Rust, you're incredible starting and brave, yeah. Of course you are. I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me.
API in which you can code and add your own things to it if you're going to be using Cosmic, such as in your project or in your custom distribution.
It sounds like GNOME.
And then there's a lot of stuff on HDR, 8-bit color support, screen readers that I'm not really going to be diving into at this moment.
HDR is still fucking not working on Linux.
Pages for these specific
components. Yeah.
So for example,
I had someone coming into my Discord. I need to make a video about this. 10-bit don't really work under Linux. HDR don't really work under Linux. Big tools, graphical people really need to use Linux. They're using a new toolkit. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? They could be using the power of the sun. Nobody. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, it's Plasma in Rust. Yeah. Who gives? It makes no sense to make a whole new desktop environment just to use a new toolkit. As a technical exercise, I can definitely see that. As an R&D project, I can definitely see that to try out the new toolkit. But making a system that basically almost look identical to GNOME or KDE in Rust makes no fucking sense to me. Why? Because we already have GNOME and KDE. And they can do the same shit. Well, KDE can do more of this. GNOME, you need to use extensions. But why reinvent the fucking wheel? Now we have a new standard. Or a new desktop environment we have to support under Linux. On top of all the other fucking desktop environments. So when you're going to program a program for a desktop, you have to make sure it works under KDE, XFC, Cinnamon, Mate, and Cosmic. It's like, I could understand if Linux was like 10,000 billion fucking users and had massive development efforts behind it and stuff like that. They are doing this for a 2% desktop market, people, where they are probably like not even 1% off. It'd been better than GTK and Qt. You can still make new toolkits that functions under the KDE and GTK. I do GTK program. No, let me try again. I make programs for GNOME with Python, utilizing native libraries, aka GTK or Qt. The issue here is not, GTK is a little bit of an issue, but it's not the biggest issue. Rust is not going to fix a lot of these issues. It's like, Rust is like, I have a video I need to make about Rust people being Linux people, because Rust has this hardcore following where if you are like, oh my god, we need something, Rust. Oh my god, we need this, Rust. No, everything with Rust. Everything will be better with Rust, people. Everything will be better with Rust. What if they make this fucking environment here and it fails miserably? What if only Pop! OS is going to use it and nobody's going to make applets for it? It's going the same way as the Budgie desktop. Budgie can do, you have the same opportunities with Budgie desktop. They're also doing a lot of fucking new shit there. But as much as I love the Budgie and the developers and Solus, nobody gives a fuck about Solus or the Budgie desktop. Nobody gives a fuck about it. When I made videos about Pop! OS, I got a fair bit of people asking me how to install XFCE on it. Or KDE. Yeah, come on.
The cosmic
there you
settings.
go.
And if I scroll up here under the designs, if I click on that, we will get all the images we've saw, but a lot more. So we can see here how you go to those settings, how the actual buttons for workspaces and applications are kind of a right click and giving you
Fucking hell, people.
kind of similar to how KDE works. Basically everything.
At least he's a handsome guy.
Environment, you can right click on and change. So it seems to be that's kind of what they're going for here. And I'll leave a link to this down below if you want more details on the settings, how the settings are, and the options that we're going to get, such as the size, appearance, if you want gaps and whatnot. And there's really a lot more, in addition to some of the examples that we've seen, such as this one right here.
I can't watch this. I can't watch this. So here's the thing. The problem with Linux desktop is not customizability with the Linux desktop. Like, that's not the issue here. Heck, the issue with the Linux desktop is HDR sucks, 10-bit color sucks, this sucks, that sucks, hardware support sucks, peripheral support sucks, online gaming sucks. All of these things sucks. But let's focus on the margin capabilities in the launcher. Let's focus on making a play button in the fucking launch or taskbar. That's not what people are asking. People want shit to work. They want to. You know, I can make Linux 10,000 times more popular overnight, giving people the same capabilities as under Windows, being able to run the same shit to the same degree as, or just 80% degree as under Windows. You have a winner. But instead, let's be really hyped about that I can move the icon bar and I can change the margin in it. Again, something nobody asked for. That's why Elementary OS is failing. The whole idea about Elementary OS is, let's make a really nice UI. Really nice coherent programs within that UI. Again, not really the thing people are bitching and moaning about with Linux. What people should, here's what I hate the Linux development community so fucking much sometimes. This is what distribution makers should be doing. Go and find problems with Linux and fix them. 5 problems Linux still haven't have to. That's 2010, but find some current. I don't know. Is there any? Can we? Let's say past year. 10 harsh realities of Linux. I got the Linux blue screen. This is what people need. This is what they should be focusing on. Fixing this. But instead, we are getting Pantheon desktop and, oh, let's change the margin in icon set. Or, oh, let's move the fucking taskbar and... Dude, honestly, please let me know this. Am I so fucking stupid that I cannot understand that that's exactly what people want out of their operating system? That's the reason why Linux cannot make it on the desktop, is because the desktops are awful. I don't really hear anyone complaining about desktops under Linux, other than GNOME. But KDE users and non-KDE users don't really have a problem with KDE. The same with XFCE, Cinnamon, Mate, i3. Like, when I talk to someone or hear someone that have used Linux and not using it anymore, they are not like, fucking hell, I wish I could fucking change the margin of that fucking stupid launcher. I have to go back to Windows now. No, they are like, I can't get this program to work. My hardware's not working. This game is not working. This peripheral is not working. I can't use this at work for compatibility reasons. Blah, blah. That's the reasons why I hear people moving from Linux. But let's focus on the one thing that Linux is actually doing really fucking well. Linux is by far the OS with the best fucking desktops. Already. We don't need a new one. We are already outcompeting Mac OS on the desktop. Like, not in market share, but usable desktop features. Linux have the desktops with the most amazing desktop features and have had it for 20 years. But still they try to fucking make it into that. It's the one thing Linux do better than any other operating system is desktops environments. That's the one thing Linux do better than anyone else. Why the fuck do we need a new one? It makes no sense. Like, I'm baffled. I'm really, like, I can rant about this for fucking decades, man. Oh God. The Cosmic Desktop is not done for creative things. The Cosmic Desktop is done because the Pop! OS developers cannot work with the GNOME developers. That's why they are making it. That's what it boils down to. They cannot work together. That's why they're doing it. But why not then be like, oh, we have Bocce. They could definitely use a company like Pop! OS to help them out. What about helping out with XFCE and make that more Pop! OS like then? What about doing that with KDE, Mate, LXQT, LXD? There's so many other desktop environments out there where most of the stuff is already there, and if they helped out that community, they could get it like they wanted it to. But no. We not like GNOME developers. GNOME developers not like us. Let's make a new desktop environment. Yeah, someone, an artist came into my Discord and was really frustrated about a lot of graphical issues, work issues with Linux. I need to reread what the person said, but I can find it here for a second for you. Just give me a second here. Hello. I'm reading what they're saying here. I hope they don't mind it. Hello. How about making a video about the problems of supporting modern color standards in Linux? I used to want to use the Linux desktop as I work in Blender, but I ran into fundamental problems with support extending color gamuts on my monitor with 10-bit colors, and HDR turned out to be a pumpkin. Basically turns out to not work. And when I asked how to solve this problem, they answered me, well, we have GIMP. I use it instead of Lightroom. And later I found out that Xorg and even Wayland do not have 10-bit support. Even the Kodi server is no longer so good in that light. And these formats has been around for decades. Yet, it looks like 2023 is going to be the year of the Linux desktop. So I asked in for more information about it, and they gave me some links to some threads where people talking about it actually being a thing. And I responded with, after reading all of that, where am I? Where's my fat chap? So here. So 10-bit and HDR is only somewhat supported, and they can't seem to agree on how to get it working, and then just patch it in with tape and glue so it doesn't work. And then they responded, yep, that's it, that's sad. This is coming from a professional artist, I guess, or an artist. Those are the things they should be focusing on. This person here is not going to use Linux because of Cosmic. They would use Linux if HDR and 10-bit was properly supported. So we are putting so much effort into fixing something that's not broken and not fixing something that's broken. Imagine going to the doctor and your arms fall off. And he's like, oh, you have a bloody nose. Let's fix that bloody nose. Yeah, out with you. You're fixed now. Go home. Holy shit. How can... Oh, man. Linux people, please fucking... Oh, God. You want to know why Mac OS is so good and Windows is so good? Because they actually are doing this. They are fixing shit people want to get fixed. They make sure that the software that they want to run on their fucking platforms. And are not like, oh, well, you want Photoshop? Yeah, use MS Paint, you motherfucker. You know, come on, man. Come on, man. Come on. Yeah, use... We have Clueface or Cuteface or what the... Deep in... Like, how many fucking desktops do we have? Why not attach yourself to already known established desktop environment and help make it better? I don't get it. And these are just some of them. We have more than 14 desktops for a user base under 100 million users, desktop users. Someone did better math than I could, and they said it was about 80-90 million people in the world using Linux. Come on. For smart, like, Linux people love to say that they are smart. They are making a lot of stupid fucking decisions then. And I know Pop OS, that kind of they are acting like Apple. But here's the thing. The only reason why Apple can act like Apple is because Apple is Apple. They have the money behind it. They have the market shares behind it. They have the fans behind it. If you are new, that don't have all of that behind you, you cannot dictate the market. Because Linux development is not goal-oriented, I guess. But Rust is cool, so people are trying to replace working stuff. You want to know what you want to know what can get you fired at a job really fast. Hey, boss, I know we have this working Java program, but Rust is cool. Let's replace the code with Rust. We have to do that because it makes total sense that Java. No Java. We need Rust. Don't give a fuck about all of the other programs interacting with our programs that are kind of depending on it being Rust. Oh, sorry, Java. Let's rewrite our program that this business is built up upon in Rust because it's cool. You'll be kicked to the curb fucking as fast as someone takes a shit after a curry. Oh yeah, Unity's making a comeback, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Linux people think everyone cares about open source and licenses and freedom and all that fucking shit. No. What people care about is, can I do the work I have to do to the same degree or better? That's what they care about. And if Linux don't provide that, they don't give a fuck about it. They don't give a flying fuck about it. I love watching videos about people saying, oh, Linux is the best gaming platform ever and stuff like that. Okay, let's go on to Twitch and see how many live streamers are gaming on Linux then. You want to know how great Linux is at gaming. Yeah. Let's look at how great Linux is at gaming. Hey, Chris from Greece. Let's look at operatings. And this is with the Steam Deck. The Steam Deck is in here. 1.32%. macOS is 1% more popular among Steam gamers. And macOS have way fewer games that can run on their platform on Steam. It's still, there are more gamers on macOS on Steam. Yet Linux is still the best fucking gaming platform in the world. If Linux was the best gaming platform in the world, it would be up here. Because gamers, they fucking go after every performance they can get. And if Linux truly was the best gaming platform ever, they would be fucking using it. Wait, what? I tried GNOME on Ubuntu when I pressed Alt-Shift to change the keyboard layout. I have 100% CPU usage. And it seems like a freeze when I press the oh my god. Yeah. GNOME is not the best ever, no. Yeah, Linux is the best fucking gaming system in the world. Hey, you know what? Rust is cool. Let's rewrite Steam in Rust. Why not, people? Why fucking not? Hey, Rust is cool. Let's find a bot plug and rewrite that into Rust. Holy shit. A 1650 or 1050, 1060 is still in the top 2. Oh my god. Of graphic cards. Holy shit. Is the Arc series even in here? Like the Intel Arc? Where are you, my friend? No, it's not. It must be under others, I guess. I don't know. What is the most popular AMD graphic card? It's not Radeon Graphics. I have no idea what the fuck that is. Here, RX 580. I guess. Holy shit, there's not a lot of AMD gamers. Is AMD really that bad at gaming? Yeah, come back soon. I did see your DM, Lame, and I will look at it when I'm done streaming. Primary resolution. 1080 is still the most used resolution for gamers. And 1440p is number 2. Oh yeah, we are having a fucking party here, my friend. Yeah, baby. Yeah, but this is Windows, my friend. We are looking at every. This is both Windows and Linux, and this is like of all Steam users. But I will agree, yeah, Nvidia has always been good for gaming, or better on gaming on Linux. Yeah. No, AMD is good. People just see Nvidia as to say, yeah, gotcha. Well, that's what I've been doing, honestly. I've been using Nvidia for decades. Because, like you said, it's the safe option, yeah. And I always had driver issues with AMD, even though I hear that they have ironed a lot of that out the last 5-ish years. I'm just really surprised that 1060 is still up here. And it's like 1060 is just like, it's really old. But it's really good for 1080p gaming, to be honest. And if most people are using 1080p, it makes sense. So, Don, let me explain something to you. It's all about the hype and the promises. That's all it is. It's hype and promises. And Rust do have some cool features, don't get me wrong. Rust is a cool programming language. But just because it's cool don't mean that we should use it. A good programmer uses the right programming language for the right job. The one that makes sense. Not the one they want to use. But it's all about hype. It's all about the hype. Like, I don't know if you can remember, Don. You've been like a really long time Linux user and Linux aficionado and all of that shit, you know, being one of the best Linux people in the world. When Linus Torvalds said that they now allow Rust code in the kernel, that then in the Rust world was, or for some Rust fanboys, was automatically meaning that the Linux kernel is going to be rewritten in Rust. When Linus said that they were doing an experimental phase of being compatible with the Rust language in the kernel, and if it don't pan out or make sense, they will take it away again, was equal Linux rewritten in Rust. Like I said, Rust people are Linux people. You get what I'm coming at? Hey, Anson, you get what I'm coming at here? It's like, I love how Linux people and Rust people like to call other people sheeps, when they are the biggest sheeps on the fucking planet. Like, they are the biggest fucking sheeps on the planet. I only have used one Nvidia card, the 1066 gig. That's the one I have in my drawer right now. Yeah. I upgraded because I went up to a 1440p screen. Had I kept my 1080 screen as my main monitor, I probably have kept it for a little longer, man. I'm interested in seeing what the 460 is going to cost in Denmark. I've also had my computer misreporting RAM uses in min when using VMs. Yeah, I don't know, Peter, but there must be some bug in there, yeah. Hype promises disappointment. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I could respect the hype if it was the existing language. So, yeah, it's... Oh, yeah, mine is an EVGA also. Yeah, mine is an EVGA, like the small form factor EVGA 1060 6 gig. I can't reach it right now, but I can show it off in a video one day. That's the graphic card I've gamed the most on for the longest time. It do desperately need to get the thermal paste replaced, to be honest. But I just want, let's all accept and bathe in the amazingness of the Linux desktop as a gaming device. Windows 11 have even got up 10% in this month. Or April, sorry. April. I say this to people that 1 to 2% of a market share could be lost if a CEO farted the wrong person in the face overnight. Losing 10%, 15, 20% of a market share takes a little bit more effort. I love it. I love the stupidity of the Linux users sometimes. I'm sorry, but fucking hell. I know it's not nice to say, but damn. I really want to follow Lamer's example here and go macOS just to piss them off. Be like, yep, my channel from now on is dedicated to Windows and macOS, and any other Linux content would be me shitting on Linux for the rest of my life while I'm doing it all on a Linux machine, by the way. There's still people don't believing that I'm running Linux. Let's put that up there just so everyone is 1000% sure that I am running Windows 11. Right? Well, I am running. It's a host. The host system is Windows 11, but you get the idea here. Oh, you gotta fucking love the bullshit. Yep, game when was this made? January this year. So I'm a little bit in a debate with myself because I do want to make educational content, but like I said, nobody watched my channel for educational content. I could make it more educational. It would just take some time rebuilding the channel. But shitting on Linux, or making fun of Linux, or trolling Linux people, it gets them so fucking angry. Like, I shit on Windows also, and I make fun of Windows also. I barely see any Windows fans come at me in the comment sections. But Linux people, if you just swing your dick like 1 meter in front of a Linux distribution and calling it batshit crazy and useless, they will be running from the ends of the earth to basically debate you. Yeah, Windows people are normal. Yeah. Chris, I could not agree with you more. Yeah, I will say Windows 10 and 11 has been the most stable Windows releases I have ever used. Like, ever. And I've been using Windows since the 90s. Windows 10 and 11 have by far been the best releases of Windows I've ever used. It's so easy to piss off the Linux people. It's like, and because it's so easy, it's hard not to do it. It's like someone going up to you, hit me, please fucking hit me, hit me, all the fucking time. And one day you're going to hit them, and they get angry at you for hitting them. It's oh, damn, man. Yeah, the TPM and the telemetry or data collection with Windows, I hate it. I don't agree with it. The forced Microsoft accounts, well, it is kind of forced under the installation, but you can make a local account after you enabled it. I hate it. But it's still better than fucking Linux on the desktop. Chrome OS Flex, yeah, it's good for educational people. That's my opinion. Chrome OS is really good for educational or commuter people. You know, people sitting on a train or in a, you know, it's a good educational operating system, or if you need something between a tablet and a mobile phone. I mean, I don't know, man. Huge variety of community editions, yep. Lack of tech support, yep. Limited proprietary software, yep. Self-troubleshooting is difficult, yep. Hibernation isn't available, I don't think that's true. Pure market share. Yeah, well. Hardware drivers are limited. Yup. Unavailable unified package manager install. This is probably one of the biggest one. If you can run Windows 11, you can run well Chrome OS. Yeah, exactly. You're right, Linux people don't have anything other in their life other than Linux, and it's sad. It's really sad. If that's so big part of your life that you care that much about something so inherently meaningless, you need to fucking do something with your life. Go get laid, pay a hooker, I don't give a fuck. Get a hobby, you know, get into keyboards, get into guitar playing, get into Legos, go get in, I don't know, make a garden, do something, okay? Do something else. It's really interesting to talk operating system. It's fun. It tickles your brain, I get it. But it should not be your identity. Not even keyboard hobbyists, and they are really into their keyboard, is on their fucking Twitter bio, dad, programmer, Linux user. Oh, well, Linux user would probably come first. Linux user, dad, open source advocate. Like, you don't see keyboard enthusiasts do that, or car enthusiasts be like, hardcore Volvo fan, hardcore Chevy fan, dad, mom, you know, like, it's such a fascinating sub-society, and it's so fun to gaze at that part of society, because it's like if you take veganism, flat earthers, and put them together, then you got the typical Linux nerd. They're just not as healthy as the vegan people, because exercise, that's proprietary software. Fuck that shit. You know, like going outside and the sun is done by proprietary companies. Fuck that. Why they're using a fucking system that is 80% sponsored and done by massively big proprietary companies. If we just talk the Linux code, the biggest sponsors of Linux is multinational billion-dollar corporations that are doing most of the contribution to the Linux kernel. And you know what? Microsoft is a massive part of Linux now. You can almost not use anything with Linux that Microsoft has not either sponsored or been part of in some way or another. So if you want to say fuck you to Microsoft, go to FreeBSD. And by the way, welcome back, my sexy flamer. Wait, what? Here increased Linux user will say to you, Linux is not for professionals. I guess they have not yet influenced the... Yeah. Did someone say programmer? Hey, Oswald. Yep. No hobbies will identify you as a person. I'm so right. Yeah, exactly. A vegan will tell it to you, yeah. How do you recognize an art user? He will tell it to you, yeah. That's the other thing. The hashtag I use arts, by the way, it's such an old fucking meme. Get original. Do something different, okay? Like, it would be like me quoting a fucking sitcom from the 60s or something like that. All the time. Yeah, Apple is... A lot of the popular open source projects we used under Linux for the longest time was done and sponsored by Apple. The web engine that Google Chrome was built upon, that's now its own thing, used to be done with WebKit. WebKit is Apple. Okay? Like, the lack of awareness about how much of Apple, Microsoft, and big, massive proprietary companies that are in Linux, that Linux users have. Like, it's so fun to sit and say to that they tell themselves that they are anti big corporations and blah, blah, blah for using Linux, while Linux would probably not exist without those same organizations. Because those are the ones using it. Heck, look at the Red Hat. Red Hat is owned by IBM. You don't find a more or bigger multinational proprietary company than IBM. So are we now like ostracizing Red Hat and Fedora from the Linux community? Because that's now sponsored and done because of IBM. Let's think about that for a second. You know, like that. Let's see a Fedora user bitch and moan about massive corporations. But not alone is Red Hat a massive corporation, but they are owned by IBM. Really interesting. Oh, that's cool, Oswald. That's cool. Memeing Ars, I fully stopped you. Yeah. I stopped running Ars Linux when I realized that Ars Linux is just Linux. I'm not getting anything more or less out of it. The only thing I'm getting out of Ars Linux is more work. I have to do more work to get to this. That's the only thing I'm getting out of Ars. And I can get any other Linux distribution to function like Ars. I can just take away the shit I don't need. And it's more often easier and faster to take shit away from a distribution than building your own from the scratch like you do with Ars. And Tumbleweed is the perfect middle ground, to be honest. Whenever someone say I use Linux, I go, yeah, I use Windows and my screw. And my sound works out of the box. Yeah, it's so fucking. Yeah. Might break eventually after some updates. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, if you're using the AUR, you get into a lot of shit. openSUSE should be the only Linux distribution we use. I don't know if I will go that far. But it is one of my personal favorites, of course. Oh shit, another one that got cancer. Damn, man, I hope it got over fast. Are we getting a new Batman movie? Oh, Barkley BSD. Yeah. BSD is cool, though. Google will force ads on you. Like, everyone is doing that nowadays. And again, this is nothing new. Remember, she thought you were at school. Best Titus talks. Do you need Defender? I'm so glad I have plugged out DistroTube and Chris Titus Take on my own account. Hey, Jens. Jens, workshop. Oh, the AUR had problems with viruses and malware and spyware over the years. Yeah, it's a good time, man. It's a good time. I can't I can't believe that our Steam Deck fanatic guy have bought a fucking ROG Ally. I still can't get my head around that. That he actually bought the fucking ally after shitting on it like that. Like, come on, man. Oh, God. I used the Linux phone for 30 days. I kind of want to see that one day. Doom, 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 doom. Thor fist his hammer. Okay. Kinky motherfucker. Oh my god, is this one of those girls that are licking your ears and all that shit? Oh, stop updating your computer with the GUI. Oh god, dude. Fucking hell. Get some fucking pussy. He's probably going to install Linux on it. Yeah, I actually blocked most of Linux users or Linux content creators on my login on my account, or I set YouTube to not recommend them to me because every time I see a fucking video for them, I'm just like, oh my god, no. What kind of bullshit are you talking about? openSUSE, I think, was in that area, yeah. So openSUSE came around the same time as Fedora, like a year later or something. If I can't, yeah, I don't know. Before or later, I can't remember. Hey, Dean. Why am I getting all of this fucking crazy Chris text shit? Oh, it's because he watched that fucking workout he did. No, SUSE Enterprise Linux. SUSE Linux Enterprise is not old. In the 90s, it was called SUSE. That was it. And then they did the same that Red Hat did. They split it up with SUSE Enterprise Linux, or SUSE Linux Enterprise, and openSUSE. And that was the same time that openSUSE was coming around, so... We can see here how... when it came about. No. 2005. In 2005, we had SUSE Linux Enterprise and we had openSUSE. Before that, it was just called SUSE. No, I've not seen his video about openSUSE. I'm not watching anything from the Linux experiment other than for reaction videos. That dude makes me stop believing in humanity within the first minute of his video. Not only that, he has so many fucking ads in his videos that 10 to 20% of his video is just him fucking sucking cock on some fucking advertisement. While having, you know, YouTube ads plastered all over the place, if you're not having premium, by the way. So yeah, that must have been about 2005 then. Yeah, SUSE is like SUSE. They didn't call it Leap back then. They called it openSUSE, and then they had some version number. Tumbleweed is kind of new. Tumbleweed is kind of new. Tumbleweed here. Yeah, they were called 13 blah blah blah. I don't want to. I can't remember when they did Tumbleweed. Maybe we can see it in the wiki page anyway. Oh. I think they have like a release. Yeah, I can't seem to find it right now. Yeah, but like I don't like had he. So my problem with his sponsors is that he's having 2 in a video. That's too much, and they are always at least 1.5 minutes long. Like had he just had 1, I wouldn't mind at all. But 2. Like, not even million. Chase 2 cents with over, God knows, like 2 million subscribers. Only have 1 ad in his videos. The same with Paul's Heart. Like what I'm trying to say here, not even people that are 2, 3, 4, 5 times more successful than he is having that many fucking ads in their videos. It just shows that he don't give a fuck about his viewers. He's all about the money, money, money. But he is a YouTube. I'm a YouTube partner. What the fuck, Glamour? Do I need to get Becky to spank you again here? I'm a YouTube partner. Well, how do you not know that your overlord is a YouTube partner? How the fuck do you not know that? I'm going to take the apple away from you now. You are disappointing me here. Everyone that have ads on their channel is a YouTube partner. It's that simple. It don't matter if it's in the end or where it is. The fact that he has... So this is how fucking more bullshit it is to have it at the end. Is that he is fucking his core audience 2 times. And he knows it. He's not only fucking them in the beginning of the videos like everyone else. But if they are sticking with him, you know what? Let's give you an ad again. Let me fuck you right in the ass one more time. Because you're my core audience. I am going to show you how little I care about you by giving you 1 more ad to watch. I could, again, it would make sense, kinda, if he did 2 ads kinda in the part of the video where he had the most attention span of his viewers. But most viewers drop off quite fast. So having them at the end of the video is just him monetizing his core audience 2 fucking times. It would be like me right now, live streaming this one here, with ads running on it, and then make it a members only video, with ads still running on it. So not only do you have to pay 99 cents to watch my past live streams, but you're also getting served ads. That's really saying, I really care about you. That's really saying, I really give a fuck about your viewing experience, especially people that are spending money to watch my content and are core fans. I really appreciate you. That's probably my biggest issue with him, is beside the lack of knowledge, is the way that he's fucking his core audience over and over again. And I don't understand why people like him get so fucking popular. Had he not been a Linux YouTuber, he would not be that popular. Had he talked with the same of knowledge or lack of knowledge about any other subject, he would not be as popular as he is. All the popular Linux YouTubers could not become this popular in any other field with the same amount of quality and knowledge that they have about Linux, if it was anything else, or lack of knowledge and bullshit that they're saying. Had he tried to do like a keyboard, video, or something non-Linux related with the same amount of non-existing knowledge and bullshittery, they will not watch his shit. They just will not watch his shit. There's so many other tech people out there that try to go into, like, you know, Jay's 2 cents markets and Lions Tech Tip markets that was exactly like DistroTube, Chris Titus Tech, the Linux Experiment, where most of it was just massive opinions, half-truth, bullshit, and monetizing the shit out of you. They never made it to that degree. Apparently Linux users love to be shit around. You know? Apparently they like to be shit around. I mean, he only worked on YouTube, only one other job. The same here. I have YouTube and one other job. What's the problem here, Lamer? I also only have 2 jobs. My real job and YouTube. Come on, man. You're failing me here, man. Do you think a tech YouTube channel could be a good proof to show to a new company? Well, you know what, Kenny? You want to hear something that Linux users definitely don't like to hear or want to hear. My current job I got because of my channel. My current job I got because of my channel. Not because of the reaction videos. Not because of the reaction videos, but all of the other tech stuff that I'm doing on it. Because it showed that I have an interest, it showed that I knew something about it. And when the recruiter saw that, he then said, oh, this job would be good for you. And then he connected me with a company that needed someone with my skill or willingness to learn. IT infrastructure, research and development, I think is the best way you can call it. So that's like programming programs for research purposes and putting them into development, making machines, industrial machines, reverse engineering them into a smaller form factor. We've done one machine that measure package formats, already existing but not in the same form factor and not that cheap. Basically, we took like a, let's say, I think it was like a $70,000, €70,000 machine, and we built it and made it for, I don't know, €500 with their own software, with the development research. It's still not fully fleshed yet, because we are waiting on some other things to happen. But yeah, when I'm not doing IT infrastructure and setting up computers and doing networking and all that shit, when I don't do that, I then go over and do, he called it special projects, but it's basically research and development. It's like, hey, can we do something like this? Or hey, I kind of want something to do this. Can we do it? And then I do it with other people and we sit and do that shit. But mostly right now it's me doing those small projects. That wouldn't work with DistroTube, I'm afraid. Is some Linux networking channel. Network Canucks. Yeah, Christian Lambert is a good channel also. Yeah, Network Canucks is really good at that. It was not just one video, it was just the accumulation of what I'm doing right now. Helping people, talking about technologies, showcasing, you know, what you can do and can't do and stuff like that. I actually had, he had 2 companies I could choose between. No, I don't think Chris Titus Tech's channel could land him a job at YouTube, but his credentials could, at Microsoft. But his past working experience would, because he's certified, or used to be certified, and he has worked a lot of years with Windows on the server market. That would land him the job, more than his channel. More than his channel. I have no working IT experience. I have no IT credentials whatsoever. other than this channel here, if you can call that credentials. And for everyone that hates to shit on me on YouTube, if they knew that, oh god. That's why I can't stop laughing at them when they call me all kind of crazy shit. And I'm like, you do, I hope you, I wish you could see that while I'm responding to this message, I'm developing a prototype of a machine or a program to be used, granted a small company, but to be used in a production environment. What are you doing other than shit posting on the internet? You know, it's really satisfying. It's really satisfying. And it's really fun. But yeah, I showed the recruiter and he was like, yeah, there are a couple of companies that he had connections to that could probably use someone like me. And one of the things that actually landed me the other job also was the thing that I didn't say no. They were like, can you do this? I'm like, well, I don't know how to do it, but I can learn it. That was what I said to them all the time. And then I invested my own spare time in learning some things, which is also really important. That you are willing to sacrifice a little bit of your own time to show that you're willing to do this. Don't do it all the time, but do it once in a while to show that you are invested and interested in it. Apart from the ads, do you think the Linux experiment provides a form of content that isn't already provided, really? No, the Linux experiment's content is already being done. And it's being done by a lot of people. He made just... His videos is just maybe a little bit more better produced. You know, the production quality of the videos is a little bit better than most. Like they're more fancy or flashy or what you will call it. And he's really good at finding subjects that talks to Linux nerds. Like DistroTube, Mental Outlaw, and all of those people that I shit on, they are really good at one thing. And that is talking to Linux nerds. They are really good at finding stuff that they know Linux nerds will love. And then talk about it and make videos about it. No matter how batshit crazy it is, they will still do it. That's what they are good at. And that in of itself is a skill. I don't think it's a usable skill other than being a Linux YouTuber, but it's a skill. YouTube videos can be good if the things that you're talking about is not bullshit. And the things that you're showing is not bullshit. The MKBHD of Linux. That's lamer. That's too much credentials for him, man. That's too high credentials for him. Yeah, he's good at doing the trending and Google Trends and stuff like that, yes. But that's not the key. That's not the key. The key to success is knowing your audience. Like my audience right now and for the last year and a half has been people that love someone to shit on Linux people. You know, most of my views I get, or if I get a lot of good views on my channel, is when I'm making fun of Linux people or shitting on the Linux community or trolling the Linux community. People seem to love that on my channel. If I make a video about something educational or something Windows related, they barely get any views. So if I was like doing the Linux experiment kind of thing, okay, I found my audience or they found me. So I should only exclusively making basically troll videos, shit videos, reaction videos about Linux content. And not educational videos. Because that's what my metrics tell me to do. And every time I do a reaction video, just the video I did this week, one of the most viewed videos I've done in a long time. Because I'm making fun of Linux people. Or laughing at them, you know, reacting to them. But I kind of don't want to be the class clown anymore. I kind of want to do some, you know, like I'm 40 years old. I kind of want to, you know, teach people some shit. But I don't know. Like I said, I'm kind of in this little, you know, that's why I made the Laugh At channel. So that's just me having fun. And it don't have to be tech related. It's just anything I find funny on the internet I can laugh at, I will share that with people. But I made this channel because I wanted to correct a lot of the bullshit in the Linux community. And this is how stupid I am. Like, this is really how stupid I am. I was like, there's so many people in the Linux community out there spewing lies and bullshit and not telling people the truth about Linux that I was like, if I go in and debunk all the bullshit and tell it how it may not be 1000% correctly, but more realistic picture of Linux, they would love it. They would love it. You know, they would love someone to come in and clean up the fucking political talks, the opinions and the bullshit. I was like, there's nobody doing it. Why is there nobody doing it? And I was like, oh, that's what's needed in Linux. Someone to be realistic. Not hating on Linux, but not fanboying Linux, but being realistic. That made me the most hated YouTuber for Linux people, apparently. Being realistic with Linux. So, Chris Tiles Tech is not good for other than Windows. Tech Hot is okay. I do like Tech Hot. But if you really, really, really want to learn Linux TV or DJware, go to one of those. Like, you really lose that. That's the way that you get at it, yeah. To learn Linux. You know. And I'm again, like I said, I'm sitting here. Should I just make this channel into an entertainment channel and then just be a tech entertainment channel? I don't know. Because it is like, I'm not going to lie. Spending hours and hours researching a video, making somewhat or making not a script, but making it, you know, try to make it presentable and stuff like that to teach someone something. And then it gets almost no views. But if I just put a random fucking video of a Linux content creator on and tell everyone how much bullshit there's in it, and rage a little bit at them and rant at them, it's like, yeah, that's getting a shit ton of views. And it's just like that. That's not what I like. I want to use my brain, you know. Yeah, thank you, Lamer. Yeah, Learn Linux TV makes some really good educational videos, yeah. And the issue is that my whole life I've been the class clown, you know. I never been taken seriously in my whole life because I love to goof around and have fun. And I thought this channel here could help me being taken seriously. But apparently I don't have that fucking, you know, taking serious bone in my body, apparently. Yeah, Taylor One, he's a fucking mean-ass beefcake. He's not tall, though. So one thing you have to remember here, when we're looking at people, the shorter they are, the more pronounced their muscle mass looks like. The taller they are, the harder or leaner they look, because they need more muscles to look the same as a shorter guy. I think that was a follow or something like that. So when you see people, you see pictures of people on the internet, you don't know how tall they are. And they look like really fucking muscular. They may not be fucking muscular or strong or anything like that. It's just like 1 pound of muscle looks bigger on a small guy than 1 pound of muscle do on a tall guy. So being a tall guy, and that's why you see a lot of the professional bodybuilders are not that tall. Because it's really, really hard to look buffed and big when you are tall. Do you think the Linux cast is a Linux Elite? The Linux cast? The Linux cast? He's the biggest bullshit on earth, man. For the love of God, don't ever listen to anything that fucking idiot is telling you. I'm sorry, but no. I don't think he's an elitist. I just think that he drank the Kool-Aid, he believes the Kool-Aid, and he's not old enough to understand, apparently, that he's being played. He's being played. He's a sheep. I have another reaction video for the week after next week coming out, where I'm actually reacting to one of his videos. Oh, I used to watch him in the beginning, and the more popular he became, the more like you can see the disgrace he has towards other people when he is when he's like making an argument. He's like, oh, so some people would say this about Linux, and then he's rolling his eyes like like he just fucking idiots everyone, you know. And the way he looks down and talk down on anyone that's not Linux users and open source advocate, and any criticism towards Linux, he always have some fucking random weird ass answer for. That makes no sense. Like, he is the poster boy of a clueless Linux fan. Like, what the fuck, Lamer we were talking about. I was talking about with Lamer not long ago. He was criticizing Windows. He was telling people to not use Windows because he could not understand Windows. Or it was Windows' fault that he could not understand how to do simple things in Windows. So therefore Windows is bad. That was it. Windows is bad because he could not figure out how to do a simple thing on the Windows. Like in the video I'm reacting to, he is bitching and moaning about that depending on what keyboard vendor that you, motherboard vendor you have to maybe press a different you may have to press a different button to get into the BIOS. That is a massive rant he has. That there's like 4 or 5 different buttons depending on the manufacturer that you need to press to get into the BIOS. And most of the time there's only really 2 or 3. The delete key or F12 will almost always get you into the BIOS. But he spends a lot of time bitching and moaning about that with Windows PCs. And that makes Linux better, by the way. You do know that Linux boot off the fucking same hard drive. But anyway, that's Windows holding down Linux installs because the BIOS is quote-unquote difficult to get into. And then he's promoting a desktop, a operating system that have more desktops than keys to get into the BIOS, more package managers than keys to get into the BIOS. Like the lack of awareness with that guy is so fucking rage-inducing to the highest degree. Like the lack of self-awareness. Like he is low-key blaming the BIOS, the motherboard manufacturer's BIOSes, for the reason why people call Linux hard to install. Like, come on, man. Come on. Come on. Oh, he's gotten on my nerve since day one almost. The Linux cast. And And just the way that he's Linux cast, just the way that when he's talking about Windows, you can see the fucking despair. It was like he was talking about a fucking child molester or something like that. When he's talking about Linux and Windows and closed source. It's the same despise you see in his face. And the superiority fucking complex that he has when he's talking about him being a Linux user. And here's the thing, that dude knows almost nothing about Linux. The shit he says about Linux is so fucking rudimental and like, if you use Linux for 3 months, you know more about Linux than he does. You do. Everyone in here right now know 100 times more about Linux than he does. So it's not even debatable. Oh, I'm not even. I'm not comparable with anyone. I know nothing about Linux, but I've just been using it for a long time. I have a lot of user experience with Linux. You know. Oh, he's an article reader just like eBoss. Oh God, no. Oh God, no. I would pick Tech Hot. Every day I would pick Tech Hot. I could talk with Tech Hot. I could have fun with Tech Hot. The other ones I couldn't. CT, who's CT? Chris Tides Tech? No, Chris Tides Tech, I don't think I could stand being in the same room as him. Okay, Chris Titus, yeah. I don't think I could stand being in the same, because he has the same arrogant, condescending behavior towards other people when I watch him talk and stuff like that. Exactly, Don. That was kind of what made me really hate him. Kenny, it's something you pick up with age. Yeah, his ego. Yeah, Chris Titus Tech do some good Linux Windows videos, not Linux Windows videos. Chris Titus Tech has some good Windows videos. Not great, but good. And he does give some good advice with Windows. For the most part. He's also giving some really bad advice. But for the most part. Can you please repeat that, robot? DistroTube does a good job strangling, being noob-friendly, and providing worthwhile content. You do know you're talking about the same guy saying that if you're not using open source, you're on the wrong side of history. You do know that you're talking about the same guy looking at proprietary users kinda in the same way as, well, people that should be in jail. You do know that the same guy highly what is it called? Judging people. He can, like, in one video, in 5 minutes, he will contradict himself and say, I'm not going to judge people, and then 2 minutes later judging people for 3 minutes. The same guy that thinks that he's better than anyone else. Because he uses Linux and open source, and he is a popular Linux YouTuber. Yes. And he knows, again, nothing about Linux. The guy that said that Windows is as popular as heart disease, not understanding that Linux takes 2 or 3 years before the adoption rates really go up. the same guy that say that a desktop environment is bloatware. DistroTube is one of the most useless Linux channels out there. Like, he really is. So here's the thing. DistroTube was a good channel once. Yeah, I'm going to say it. DistroTube was a good channel once. When he did the distribution reviews. When he only did distribution reviews. They were okay. I kinda liked them. I was a follower back then. Chris Titus Tech used to be a good Linux YouTuber. When he took a distribution and ran it for a week, a month, and then just journalized his experience. Because he was like, yep, this is a new distribution for me, I don't know much about it, let me run it for a week or a month, or 3 weeks or something like that. And he was just talking about his experience. Loved those videos. But when Chris Titus Tech had, like, let's say 50,000 or something like that subscribers, he made a video about how he would do advertisement on his channel when he reached 1 million subscribers. And that every popular Linux YouTuber or every popular tech YouTuber over 1 million was doing it wrong, and he is going to do it better. A guy that is not even 100,000 subscribers is telling his audience how he's going to monetize his platform when he's becoming 1 million subscribers. That tells you a little bit about the man we are dealing with called Chris Titus Tech. And this YouTuber has no fucking idea what he's doing. Yeah, Windows 11 to heart disease. Yeah, exactly. That got awkward. Yeah, spending 3 days of doing configs instead of getting shit done, yeah. Wait, what? Once DT got that shared workspace office, he became all about ramping up the drama clickbait. I thought he was working at home. I thought he was working from home. Wow. Oh, 18 months ago. Nice. I need to make something to drink. Can you guys hold on for like 5 minutes? I also need to go to take a pee. So talk amongst each other in chat. And Laura, if you're still here, keep being fucking amazingly beautiful. And also you, Becky, if you're still here. And Lamer, keep ramming that fucking shit up your asshole. And I'm back. Did I miss anything? He rents an office for YouTube streaming only. Claimer the scam artist, yeah. My problem with DT is only that he disrespects others and others' work, but I feel that he did not achieve more than... Yeah, he's one of those that he does like the bare minimum and then think that he's the best fucking, most intelligent, brilliant guy in the world just because, you know, he's a YouTuber. I have to ask or respond to something here. There you go. About a meeting. Yeah, he definitely is under that Dunning-Kruger effect. For sure. For sure. Is Lamer still in here? I love messing with him. Let's see, what did he say here? Oh, the Mac Mini he's looking at. You guys can't see this, so just bear with me here for a second. Yeah, I think this one should be good, yeah. I kinda want a Mac. He's out. No. He's out. Having fun with Becky in the basement. He has a video explains renting the office. I think he has a wife and kids at home. Well, so this may be bad of me to say, but I always imagine him being single. I just could not get my head around him being with someone. Like the way that he is with Linux, he's probably like that with a lot of things in life, and I'm like, I've always just imagined that nobody would live with someone like that. But hey, you know, serial killers get wives and kids, you know. Yeah, I never imagined him being anything other than single. Just the way he acts, he talks, he like. He don't give off those dad vibes, if you get what I'm saying. I can definitely see that it's because he likes getting out of the house. Like, if I had to do this as a professional job, like YouTube, I would also need an office to get out of the house. I could not do... I would not get so much done if I did it where I lived. Because then it would be just health messing around and health doing shit. I would need somewhere to go also. That's kind of also why I like having the job I have right now. It forces me to... Not forces me, but, you know, it gets me out of the apartment. And when you're not in the apartment, you know, you do other shit and you see other people and stuff like that. So yeah, I would definitely agree with him on that it's healthy to, you know, to have a place to go to and say, when I am here, that's work. You know, I can 1000% agree with him on that. Like, no problem whatsoever. Simone gets... She makes some good videos. I like her. It just... Not only that, but just the fact that when you are working at home... Is it safe to use software that isn't actually maintained? No, it's not. Fear-mongering requiring main... Holy shit, you stupid motherfucker. He is contributing to the problem that security agency just made the report on that I'm making a video on. That a lot of people are running outdated software because they think that the community is going to fix it when they are not doing it anyway. openSUSE is doing great. Oh, no problem, Martin. Holy shit. I can't. He's driving me fucking mental. I was reading the subtitles. Oh, God. Stop being a thing. Just go and masturbate behind a fucking tree or something. Oh, God, no. Oh. I feel like I just fucking kissed a fucking dog or something like that. Please cleanse me. Someone cleanse my body. Oh, God, no. Just go away. Go away. Go. Holy crap. Oh. Oh, God. I would not even call it good presentations. Like I said, he's really good at knowing what his audience want. And who his audience is. That's the best thing I can say about him. Anything else is subpar. And just the fucking way that he's... saying that it's okay and fear-mongering to tell people to stop running maintained fucking software. If you have just one logical brain in your fucking body, you will know that's not true. It's just not true. You are now open for attacks, and they are never going to be fixed. Yes, it's open source, but nobody's fixing that shit. How many of you do you know got home today, being a Friday, and be like, yep, had a fucking long week, boys. I really need to relax. Let me sit and debug some open source code for the next 10 hours or 2 hours. Let me sit on my ass and then just stare into a wall of text that I don't really understand to see if I can find some problem with it and submit some fucking code back. Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's true as long as it generates clicks. You're right. Like, how many people are going to do that? You do know that most people that are looking at the source code and submitting fixes back are people having problems, and that they know what to look for. So if you see a bug report or a fix in a line of code, that's most likely because someone had a problem with the software and knew how to fix it. Most people that have a problem with a software as uninstalling and using something else. Or a big massive corporation with a shit ton of money is going to fix it for them. It's one of those. Like the lack of calling it fear-mongering to say that it's not okay to run outdated software is the stupidest thing. Oh God. I need another hobby. Maybe I should take up fucking chatterbaiting or something like that. What is it called, that fucking site where you sit and you change webcam with other people and you can chat with each other, but it's mostly just horny old men looking at young girls and ask them to masturbate and take their titties out. And then if you don't like it, you go on to the next webcam. What the fuck is it called? It's kind of like Tinder, but with webcams. What is it called? It was really popular some years ago. There's actually YouTube videos. Omegle, there you go, Omegle. Yeah. Maybe that should be a new fucking hobby for me. I'm like kind of like getting up in the same age. Like it's kind of like mid-40s and up. But those old creepy guys are starting to get in there and, you know, seeing some fucking 18-year-old in her bikini. Yeah, maybe I need a hobby like that. I don't know. I need something other than Linux. I need to just do what I set out to do this year and then don't do anything Linux related. I just need to do that. And then just run Linux for myself and do Linux for myself. But it's really hard because I love talking about Linux. It's interesting. I love Linux. I just hate the community and the YouTubers. Who has time for anything besides work, porn, and Linux? Well, I need that Linux to be replaced with something else. Maybe I could go hardcore into keyboards. I don't know. Like go really hardcore into keyboard. Oh god, no. I need my meat, man. Like I don't like vegan food. Some vegan food is amazing. Like it's really amazing. But the community around veganism, oh. Ooh. 7+ hour interview with Apple. Let's look at this. Oh, Netflix, yay. The mother. Oh my god, is this one of those fucking... Men are the worst thing ever! We are going to eradicate all fucking testosterone-driven guys in the world. So this is basically just John Wick as a girl. Ah, fuck that shit. High-end audio, no. I don't have the money for high-end audio. I sadly don't have the money for that. This video makes no sense with no audio. We need to find something else to look at. I love how big of a gamer this dude is. Let's look at this one. Some live 3D printing. That should be calming. That should calm my fucking nerves down. Yeah, some vegan food is actually really good. Yeah, falafel kebab is not bad. Yeah. Just a good salad, you know, like a really good salad. A really good salad is fucking amazing. You know, it's not like if it's really hot outside and stuff like that, and I'm hungry, I wouldn't mind just getting a really good salad. Like a really good fresh salad. It's fucking great, man. Like, yeah. I do love my salads. But we're not talking about all the small critters and mouses and all of that shit being killed in the salad fields, by the way. That's... Not talking about that. That's, as long as we don't eat them, it's okay to kill the animals, apparently. Yeah. Rice, yeah, there you go. Yeah, fuck yeah, I could live off fries, man. Mukbang, am I not fat enough as it is? Like, I don't need a hobby that makes me even more fatter, man. And I don't want to work out that much. I had to fucking live at the gym to be able to justify that. Or walk like for fucking 10 hours a day. And now I'm hungry. Yeah, the same here, man. I made myself a noodle wok today. Noodles. Oh yeah, my boss is actually thinking about getting a 3D printer also. I kind of hope he does. So I can learn how to use that one. I still forget how long it takes to print something in a 3D printer. I always think it's like, yeah, this would take like, you know, 5 minutes or 10 minutes and it's done. This is like a, what is it, like a 5-hour video. Yeah, waffle. Yeah, it looks like a waffle, yeah. Just need like some ice cream and then you're good to go. And a strawberry. It just looks like it was like there's like an artifact down, or it's not done it right down there in the corner. Or maybe it's supposed to be like that, I don't know. Oh yeah, because it's starting to get smaller now. I don't have the room to do that. I sadly don't have the room for it. Feeder fetish, oh my fucking god, no. Holy shit. No, I like my kitchen, I'm not joking here, is the same size as a gaming table. Like that you buy for your gaming setup. That's about the size of my whole kitchen. Maybe a little bit bigger, but not much. And then on that I have like 4 stoves and a kitchen sink. Have you ever thought of what viable Linux tester business model would be? Yeah, a lot of times. And I have like, I know it sounds really arrogant, but I have some really I have some really good ideas what that would be. The sad reality is that it costs a shit ton of money to have a viable Linux desktop business model, because you have to spend a lot of time, and no, not even System 76 don't have it. System 76 is a really niche company making products for really, really specific use cases. The STEM industry. And again, the hardware with Linux is not the problem. The desktop is not the problem with Linux. It's everything else. It's everything else. Yeah, Lamer's being spanked really hard right now. Yeah, you're right. But System 76 is purposely built for the STEM industry. That's their target audience. Researchers and developers in the STEM industry, not gamers. Well, we can utilize it as gaming platforms and as desktops, and they make good desktops and all of that, but that's what they are focusing on. Like, everything can benefit more than one area, but I will not even say, no, Pop OS is not what Ubuntu should have been. No. Because Ubuntu is actually great as it is. The Cosmic Desktop could probably be debated is like the desktop Ubuntu should have had. You know? Like, I like the Cosmic Desktop better than the Ubuntu desktop. But yeah, the thing that needs to be fixed and grows with Linux is everything but the things that we are working on right now. You need to go out to Adobe and stuff like that. Yeah, Unity was good. Yeah. We need to spend a lot of money on basically paying proprietary companies to help, so we can help them support us. And the same with peripheral support and so on and so on. I spent 25 years thinking about how to get Linux on the desktop. Yeah, that System 76 of our code was really, a thing, yeah. Yeah. And it's really easy to see what not to do to make Linux popular. And that is doing everything that Linux has done up till now on the desktop. Because it's not working. And it all comes down to we're not giving people what they want. And telling them, oh, you want Photoshop, use GIMP. That's not what people want. I say this all the time. If I come up to you and you said, you know what, Daddy Kent, I really, really wish I could get Nikes for Christmas. And then I put some, Chinese knockoffs under the tree instead. And you were like, oh my god, oh my god, I get my shoes. Oh, it's not Nikes. No, but these are better. They're also cheaper. And the schematics is open. You can make them yourself if you want. No, but I want Nikes. Yeah, but no. These are better. It don't matter. If someone wants something, they don't give a fuck about everything else. There are so many reasons why they want that specific thing. And alternatives is not going to make it. Never. If someone tells you, I want, I need, I desire, it's really hard to make them use something else. Because want, need, and desire has a lot of other things going into it, why they came to that conclusion. And what Linux people are telling users is, you don't know what you need, you don't know what you want, you don't know what you desire. We do. Here's GIMP. Here's OpenOffice, LibreOffice. Here's lack of fucking peripheral support because it's not open source and blah blah blah. But hey, you still get sounds out of your headphones or whatever, you know. Here's not proper ray tracing. Here's not proper HDR support. The way Linux people talk to the desktop users of the world is so blind and lack of insight that it makes no fucking sense that they even opening their mouth. I love to code on Linux. I love coding on Linux. Exactly, Alexander. Exactly. Yeah, lo-fi. Yeah. The thing with Linux people. Here's the thing with Linux people. They look not at Linux as a tool, like you said, or a product. They look at Linux like a philosophy, a ethos, a lifestyle, like a revelation, which it's just not. It's just not. The reasons why most people use Linux are not reasons why most people would be using Linux, if that makes sense. If people really cared that much about privacy and freedom, they would be using Linux. If people really cared that much about licenses of a software, they would be using Linux. You know? You're not going to convince people to use Linux. People are going to find Linux. And when that's the case, that means that Linux will forever be a really, really niche thing. Because it's only for people that have really, 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 really unique, specific requirements. Or wants, needs, and desires. Okay, yeah, Lightroom. Yeah, I think I could make a list as long as my fucking body, man. I could type the list on my body and still need more room with things I wish Linux did better. And I want under Linux. And you want to know something really fucking, like, sad? It's been like that since the 90s in a lot of instances. It's things that we still haven't had fully, or still don't fully have to this day, that everyone else have on other systems have had since the 90s. Like, just even with Proton. I love how Linux users are saying Proton has made Linux gaming the best thing ever. Of course it has. Of course it has. Of course it has. Yeah, but here's the thing for me. Linux for me is not just about the apps. Or apps, sorry, apps. It's also about the peripherals and the hardware. And the tools I use on my system. I want to be able to go down to or online and buy whatever fucking thing I want. And just use it on a Linux and it just works. Just like I can do with Windows. Even if that means I have to find an obscure drive on the internet. But I know I can get it to work really fucking easy. That's just not the case with Linux and hardware and peripherals. It's just not the case. And being a computer user nowadays is so much more than just the OS and the apps on the OS. It's the peripherals. It's the ecosystem. You know, I bought a kind of high-end keyboard. You know, yes, this will work on the Linux because it don't require any software. But there's a lot of high-end products that need software that people buy. because of their hobby. And it just don't work under Linux. Because either, if they are going to support Linux, they can't because of licenses conflictions. It's just like, well, we don't want to spend the time and money and effort converting everything into what you want so we can support a system that nobody's using. You know? Yeah, but I have mouses, microphones, external sound cards, headsets, Bluetooth devices, lighting controllers, light devices, and blah, 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 blah. Of all the peripherals I have here, probably 80% of it could not work under Linux. That's just peripherals. When I say work, I may get sound out of my headphones. I may control some part of some things, but I'm not getting 100% compatibility. About 80% of my peripherals right now. And I don't have many peripherals. If you go into a gamer, like a real hardcore gamer, or live streamer, or computer user, you will see a lot of peripherals laying around, floating around. If you're a coder, that's something way different. Because you are living in the app space. Yeah, sorry. Coders tend to not do that much with peripherals. They're more interesting in all of this here. You know, all of these kind of things. They're not really hardware people. No, what it comes down to, and this is going to sound really weird, but what it comes down to is the restrictions of the GPL and the open source licenses that most Linux systems are using. You know, you want to know why Apple is kind of purging all GPL software? Because Apple cannot do what Apple wants to do with the software they develop and spend money on because of a fucking license. Because the GPL dictate them to do things in a certain way. In the name of freedom. What if they don't? What if they don't want that? They should have the freedom to do whatever the fuck they want with the things they pay for. They put all their effort into. They put all their money into. The GPL and software alikes are holding Linux back massively. Massively. At least the 3.0 and up versions. But even the 2.0. Because it's really hard to work with a GPL licensed software without having to bend over backwards to satisfy them. Where proprietary code software, there's nothing to satisfy. You can see their code, you can use their code if you just sign a paper that says you cannot talk about it, you cannot use this knowledge to your advantage, and you cannot use this knowledge to make a competing product. It's the license that Linux is licensed under, the kernel. Apple do contribute to the BSD. Apple do contribute to BSD. Apple contributes to a shit ton of projects. There's some of them. Some more WebKit, Kubernetes, Swift. Here's some more shit. Unix. Here's the GitHub. their repositories, and then if you go in and do Apple, BSD. Hey, Arnie. The Darwin project is also Apple. Here's what they're doing with BSD, all of this fucking shit here. The Darwin project, latest released 52 days ago. This is also Apple. They do give back. They just don't give as much back as, let's say, they probably should, if we're honest. But they do give back. They just don't give proprietary code back. They just don't get, you know, company-sensitive stuff back that will give BSD an advantage. But they do give back to the BSD community. They really do. You know. No, the only reason why Linux have better software or hardware compatibility is that Linux have more developers developing for it. It's all down to market share. Like, Linux is kind of big on the server market. It's not the biggest, but it's kind of big. BSD is almost nothing on the server market either. So it makes sense for server hardware to be really well supported on the Linux, and therefore some desktop hardware, because it makes financial sense to do so. It all comes down to market share and user base. If BSD had the same user base, they would get the same support. That's all companies care about. Does it make financial sense? And the only time it makes financial sense is when the market is big enough to support it. So it don't make financial sense to develop for one machine, but it makes financial sense to develop for thousands of machines. It may not be make finance. There are some companies that are supporting BSD, that their whole business is built up around BSD. Is it IX system or XI system? Yeah. They are slowly migrating some over to Linux now, but they have been a BSD company for ages. They do contribute back to BSD. Because for them, with these technologies, makes sense. But their NAS systems is going Linux now, I think. So, yeah, it's all about who is the biggest guy. And the bigger you are, the more focus that is being put on you. That's all it comes down to. It's really all it comes down to. The bigger you are, look at it like this. We all know all the big influencers on Twitter and YouTube and Twitch and Instagram are getting all of these free fucking things and sponsor deals and shit like that. Why? Because they make more money out of that person by giving them that thing than they would do giving it to me, for example. Like, it makes no sense for Microsoft to sponsor my channel, but it would make sense to sponsor, let's say, Chris Tides Tech's channel or Linus Tech Tip, because the return of investment is way bigger, massively bigger. And why is that? They have a bigger audience. Everything comes down to how big is your audience, and in operating systems terms, that's user base. How many people are potentially going to buy our product or spend money on our services? The bigger the platform, the more of them. Oh, there's a couple of free BSD spins. No, PC Linux OS is Linux. BSD was the king in the 90s, yeah, for a little while, and 80s. Yeah, but B-Link is a small company, right? I don't have an opinion on micro OS. There were two OS, PC, yeah, that's right, PC BSD, yeah. And the desktop BSD, what the fuck the other one was called? Yeah, I honestly don't know why they're sponsoring you, to be honest. I wonder how many products you've sold. Or maybe you're the only one that wants to work with them. That could be it. That you're the only one that wants to work with them. You're the only one in Germany or Europe that wants to work with them, so therefore they're like, fuck that. One view is better than no views. Because I honestly have never heard about them, as far as I can recollect, of course. They are a Chinese-based company. Are you an affiliated? They don't even have any affiliated. Like, is there some massive controversy around them, or what the fuck? Oh, someone here did make a video about them. Well, that's great, man. How did you get... Did they contact you, or how did that work? Like, how did you even get in contact with them? Because I honestly had never... I don't think I ever heard about them. Well, apparently some people are talking about it. Did you lie on your resume? Did you put some extra zeros behind the numbers? You're not even in the fucking search ranking. PC Horse Tech Hustle. Save the Home. This is actually a really good channel, Save the Home. Or Serve the Home, sorry. You must be on someone's mailing list then. It sounds really dubious. Well, if they pay you for it, man, hey, go get that money, man. Go get that money. What happens if we go in here and we do, come on. B-Link. Oh, Arnold Schwarzenegger is making a video. Now I want to work out. Stop that, I can't fucking watch that shit. But how long did it take? Oh, well, this kinda makes sense then. They don't have that many subscribers. Oh, Random Gaming HD, he's a good channel also. Yeah, there's a lot of people talking about it. Interesting. You're not even in the fucking search ranking. I really don't get this. Like from a business standpoint, it makes no sense. But hey, fuck it, man. Get that shit. Get that fucking shit. But how long did it take before you got it though? Hey, no, that's not. Is it them? Is it B-Link? No, I don't know. Like hey, I would have done the same shit if they asked me, to be honest. Uh, 30,000 or 3,000. Yeah, but Tuxedo is a German company. That kind of makes sense a little bit. Elevated Systems. That's also a really good channel, by the way. Maybe they're doing that shotgun approach where it's like as many as possible to talk about our product, you know. Maybe that's what they're going for. Okay, so it is coming from China then. Interesting. Do they have like a European site or something like that? It's as big as in any other country. Like Linux is, I think, like in India, Linux is really big. In India. And in China. China and India really likes their Linux. And you want to know something else? North Korea. North Korea really love their Linux also. The supreme leader made a department to make him the perfect Linux system. It's called Red Flag or Red something OS. There's videos about the North Korean Linux system. Oh, Russia. Russia also really like. It's funny to think about all the communist countries. All of the not so good countries really love Linux when you think about it. Russia, North Korea, China, India. India is not that bad. They do have their scammers. Red Star OS, there it is. Yeah. Based on Red Hat, Fedora. It's fun to think about that all those, like, because India is not a bad country, don't get me wrong, but everyone else besides India that are really, probably more into Linux than India is, are all countries that is not that favorable. It's just like all communist countries, all trying to take over the world, some more aggressive than others, all have humanitarian issues and human rights issues and freedom issues, running, let's say, the most free OS, in quotes, system. Now, Russia has been using Linux for many years. Yeah, and SUSE is from Germany, but Linux is not that big in Germany. It's not that big in Germany. It's no more big in Germany than it is in France and stuff like that. I never heard, well, I probably have seen or, you know, peripherally heard about B-Link, but I never really heard about them before. That's true, Anton. By the way, Anton, I heard a little birdie tell me something. And that is that there's a picture floating around where Lamer is messing with his Apple product and Becky is being really naughty to him, kind of putting him in his place. I could be mistaken, but I think I've heard something about that. Of course, if we talk server market, Linux is big everywhere. It's like one of the biggest competitors to Microsoft on the server market. But if we are talking desktop use, it's the same in all Western world countries, I guess. Some have a little bit more than others, but it's not worthwhile, you know. I will say this, that in Germany, SUSE is probably the biggest Linux company. Like, if we took Linux companies only, SUSE will probably win. SUSE and Ubuntu will probably win in Europe in general. Like, we are really big into SUSE and Ubuntu here compared to Red Hat. Red Hat is mostly like the States and stuff like that. Yeah, Birdie told me something about Lamer with his Apple product and Becky doing the Becky things, you know. Or as I like to call her, my new mommy, because dad likes young girls apparently. I can't tell. I'm not that tuned into the individual Linux distributions' popularity in different countries at the moment. I kind of stopped caring about that a year or so ago. Yeah, Red Hat and Fedora is popular in India. Yeah, Becky bombed them, yeah. I do know that SUSE, like in Germany, is really big there. If you're talking only Linux distributions. And France and in the UK it's also big there, but you know, Ubuntu is also big in all these countries. I could, you know, I don't know the exact numbers, to be honest. I haven't really looked into it. It's not something that I care deeply about, to be honest. Like, I don't really care that much about the Linux desktop anymore. I stopped caring like 2 years ago or something like that. Like when I saw when I really realized the state of the Linux community, I stopped caring much about the Linux desktop. openSUSE is better than Arch. Because I just don't want to recommend Linux to a lot of people just for the fact of the community. That's like, I know it sounds stupid, but recommending a product to someone and know what they have to deal with if they get into problems or need help or just need to communicate. If I don't tell them where to go and not to go, and they have to figure it out for themselves, it's not going to be a good experience for them. And a lot of people don't want to deal with that shit. They don't. They don't want to be yelled at or screamed at or looked down upon or told that they are doing something they should not be doing for not running the right software, the right distribution, and so on. Or called newbies and noobs and blah 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 for not running Arch and stuff like that, you know. Yeah. So you need to understand that the version number of a package don't actually mean the version number of the package. There's something called backporting. And the market Leap wants to satisfy is not the same market Tumbleweed wants to satisfy. Just because the number of the packets may be outdated don't mean that you don't have the same features as an updated version or a newer version number of the package. Because they backport a lot of bug fixes and sometimes features into the older versions. So you can't really trust the version numbers. That's why you can see someone running a really old kernel have the same hardware capabilities as the latest kernel. But it's a really common misconception that the version numbers mean the same on every. And again, that's not really I can understand the issue here because that's a problem of lack of standardization. You know, there's no standard naming scheme of package and version numbering under Linux. So version 1 and 2 could be... So one distribution could have a version 2. Another distribution could have a version 1.5. And they can the same thing. They have the same features and blah, blah, blah. They don't need to call them the same. And again, with backporting and blah, 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 and all that shit. Again, the 5.14 kernel have all of the same capabilities hardware-wise as the latest kernel have. So that will not be an issue. If it's an issue of 5.14, unless they haven't backported it yet because of stability reasons, it's also an issue in the latest kernel. openSUSE do something called firmware updates. Let's see if they have that right now. They don't. It's just firewall updates. Let's just update this shit. But if you go on to openSUSE Leap and you go into the package manager and you search for firmware, that's basically adding capabilities for newer hardware into the older kernel. That's what a lot of those are. I will see if I can do it. I don't know if Tumbleweed have it also, but we can check it out here in a second. I just want to get this over with so we are not getting into locked things in the background. Yeah, overcomplicating simple things is the Linux way, yeah. And it's also a sign of lack of understanding and insight in what they actually are doing. So if you hear someone talking about a subject, and either they are grossly simplifying it, or overcomplicating it, that's almost always a sign that they don't know what they're talking about. Because if they're overcomplicating it, they're filling in the blanks with a lot of complicated shit that if you don't understand it, you'll just, oh yeah, that makes sense because I don't understand it. And they're saying the same thing to themselves. Oh yeah, it must be like this overcomplicated thing because I don't really understand it, you know. In reality, it's really simple. A lot of things are really simple when you break them down into small little individual groups. Oh. It helps if actually typing in the right fucking program. Oh, they have here. This here is basically drivers. Kernel firmware. And these are getting backported into the kernel on the Leap. Realtek wireless drivers, Radeon graphic drivers. So that means that if a new driver comes from Radeon card, let's say for the 6.18 or 10 or something like that, and you're running 5.14, this is just getting installed and you're having the same driver. A lot of this is actually fundamental hardware, not hardware, but development understanding, but Linux do make it really fucking crazy. Here we have ARM trusted firmware, yeah. And Ubuntu does the same. Arch does the same to some degree. VLC, like packages, individual packages do the same. So there is like a bug fix and security update method in most in some distributions, and then there is a feature update upgrade. So if you're running Fedora or Red Hat, you can do sudo dnf up-min. That will only upgrade bug fixes and security issues. So you're not getting a newer version of a software if there's no bugs to be upgraded or added into the software or backported into the software, or any security holes plugged that needs to be backported into the software. Where if you do this, you're getting new features also. So what you theoretically should do to keep, a stable system would be do this every day. So make sure that you have a secure and bug-free system, and do this every week, for example. Because this will also upgrade your desktop environment, the kernel, and so on and so on. Where this will more than likely just patch them. I hope I make sense right now. And you can patch in. So, there's a really good... Is it Fedora or Red Hat? I can't fucking remember it. Or is it Red Hat? I can't. In one of those, they have a whole understanding packaging naming schemes. There you go. They have a whole explanation here. This is actually not the best one. But go read these articles here. Or explanations here. They say kind of the same thing. But yeah, go search this Red Hat packaging numbering, and they will explain it way well for you. Maybe also reading this one up here. Oh yeah, Windows subsystem for Linux is amazing. It's single-handedly killing the Windows or the Linux development platform. It's the worst thing to ever happen for Linux, because now they don't need a VM running full-blown Linux or a partition running Linux. So that means that they don't need a full-blown desktop. That means that a lot of developers that would be exposed to bugs and stuff like that in a Linux desktop is now not getting exposed to it, and therefore they are not getting fixed and found as often because they're not getting exposed to it. And in later versions of Windows subsystem for Linux, you can now run, or you will be able to run GUI applications from Windows subsystem for Linux without a desktop environment. So if there's a bug in GNOME, a lot of developers that don't need to run a full-blown Linux desktop anymore will not find it and fix it. It would be up to us that have no development efforts to do that. Windows subsystem for Linux, yeah. Yeah, that's not how you search. That's not how you search. You need to figure out what version you need to figure out what packets that is packed in with. If it's a Wi-Fi driver, it's probably packed in with a Wi-Fi driver bundle where you get more than one Wi-Fi driver. And then you need to understand, depending on the distribution, what specific package is packaging Wi-Fi driver. What you should be searching is this is what you should be searching. Let's say Fedora. That's how you figure out where you get the package from. Realtek. So that's probably under the Realtek firmware driver. Let's go in here. Oh, how do we spell Realtek? So it's probably in here. So technical data. Then we need to figure out what is specifically in this package here. But the best bet is doing this. And then, or just the distribution name. And then you can see if someone is like, oh, you know. Oh my god, that's the ugly motherfucker. Debian, oh that's not, that's related subject. So you could also do like RPM. Here's the, here it is on GitHub. It is on GitHub. You know. And here you have to put it into the as a module yourself. Basically compile it. DKMS installing it. But what I would be doing is this here, and then just for the distribution, like Ubuntu, for example. But Linux don't have good wireless driver support. It's fucking awful, man. It will have a big effect on coding. A really good big effect, but we're talking years in the future. Years. What is SBC? Single bits be crazy or something like that. Robot, don't think about them. It will go out of fashion in a week. Yeah, I can't remember that one, Alexander. What is SPC? I don't want to Google it if it's something crazy. Yeah, but wireless drivers and oh, single board computers. Yeah, Arduinos. I have an Arduino and I work with Arduino at work also. Once in a while. I made a machine out of an Arduino for work. It's interesting, but it's not practical. That's the issue. At least not on the desktop. It may be practical on a server. Oh, good food. I could eat some good food right now. OpenBSD. Polaris. Darwin. Yeah, exactly. Kubernetes everywhere, yeah. Yeah. And we have to, like, here's the thing. Most of the development effort on Linux is put into the server market. If not almost all of it. Sadly enough. Because that's where it makes sense. That's where it makes sense. Holy shit, it's not... Oh god, Jeebus. Print, for fuck's sake. Like, I haven't had any issues with GNOME under openSUSE yet. But it will probably come. Like, running GNOME like this, I don't have the biggest issues with. It's a little bit laggy. Oh, I still have PyCharm installed here. Do I have Variety installed? Nope. A little red dot there. Beep, 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 beep. Subband codec. It is in... Yeah, but that don't make sense in his question. Like, single board computers makes more sense. Like, Kent, do you have any Bluetooth audio codecs? Well, I'm using a Bluetooth headset, so yeah. Kent, do you have any sub-band codecs? I don't know. It makes more sense that it's a single board computer when you look at the question. Oh, yeah. Free BSD is like, for the desktop, you can forget about it, man. Forget about it. It makes no sense whatsoever. If you really want to torture yourself, you go with the BSD on the desktop. You know? That red dot there is out to take our souls away. I think Lame is so mesmerized by his Mac Mini that he can't think about anything else. Wallpaper. What do we have? Let's try this one. Open source projects don't take telemetry and user data. Yeah. And let's keep those. Let's do it every 30 minutes. Oh. We don't have a system tray. Fuck me. Why do all cool developers use Macs? Because they're cool. I do see more developers using Macs than I see them using Linux. Even Linux developers are using Macs. That the one I'm looking for? No. Oh. Oh. Is it a dash to panel thing? Why is it not showing running programs? Yeah, go take a walk. Lamer, you do know that everything you see on YouTube is not real, right? Why? Damn it. Do I need a plugin for that? Oh. Macs are for Linux users that live in the real world. Lenovo is quite good, yeah. Lenovo is quite good. Again, it's just sad that it's a Chinese company. Let's boot into Ubuntu just to piss off some more people. It's just going to update and then boot out of it. Oh yeah, I have Alma installed also. Alma Linux. We could look at that in a bit. No, not yet. No, Tumbleweed seems to be the most stable rolling release I've ever run, if that's even a fucking thing to say. But yeah, Tumbleweed has always been way stable for me than any other rolling releases. I must admit, I do like this gnome here. I like this. I do like this. Yeah, Lonely Souls. Yeah, that's what Laura was saying. Yeah, the amazing Laura. What do we have here? I wanted to check the updates. That's what I want. I always liked Ubuntu, to be honest. Like, I don't always agree with everything that they are doing, but I always liked it. This is just Ubuntu, standard Ubuntu. Stock standard Ubuntu. The latest version of Ubuntu. Oh, you like Ubuntu? Yeah, I do like it also. No, I never used them. Yeah, I would say I of course I've had problems with Ubuntu. Everyone has had an issue with Ubuntu at one point in life, but it's also one of those systems that, in my case, has just worked the best consistently. It's a consistent distribution. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I think Mesa just got updated on Ubuntu also not long ago. Just GNOME dislike. Yeah, I kind of like this version of GNOME. Like, I could live with this version of GNOME, but it's still not my favorite thing, to be honest. Let's look at Alma. I always felt that Ubuntu was on par with those distributions, just not with as new software, but yeah. Oh, you mean that the software versus is on par with them as of today? Yeah, I like Ubuntu has been nice. The last couple of releases, yeah. Yeah, I just downloaded this and done a little things with it. Got like the dash thing here and arc menu up and running. We could run in good old Alma Linux. It's basically the new version of Red Hat. Red Hat 9.5 or 9.2, sorry. I need to enable RPM Fusion and all that shit on it also. Let's do some non-tweak tools. Yeah, you're right, Anton. Yeah, but the server and GNOME is like, it's two different systems for two different scenarios. If you install GNOME and all of that on Ubuntu, it will kind of be the same. Did you install GNOME and GNOME software or Ubuntu desktop? The Ubuntu Software Center? Did you install Firefox? Blah, 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 blah. Did you do all of that? Like GNOME alone is over fucking 100 packages, if it's not more. Like, if I install Ubuntu, GNOME Desktop, and I take away the GNOME Desktop, I take away all of the LibreOffices and all the services and codecs and image files and image codecs and all of that shit that's used on a Linux desktop. No, that's because you have no idea what you're talking about. Ubuntu server don't come with GNOME, you have to install that yourself. If you set up Ubuntu server with a full-blown desktop environment like GNOME, with all of the same things that comes with Ubuntu desktop, like the Ubuntu GNOME, you know. Yeah, but did you get all the same codecs? Did you get all the same programs and all that fucking shit? You cannot tell me that you got GNOME installed with and it only took 50 packages. Or are you saying that Ubuntu server ran? No, it's not. Oh my god, fucking hell. Linux users, grow a fucking brain. Oh god. So are you saying that everything ran with only 50 packages installed, or 650 versus 1700? So there's only 50 packages that you didn't install then. That's just you forgetting to install something then. Then you have not installed the same codecs and the same libraries. That's not proving a point, dude. And 50 packages, give or take, is nothing. That again, you are missing some codecs and maybe some drivers even, and some other. Like, I could understand if it was like 1000 on Ubuntu server and 1700 on Ubuntu desktop. That will make me be like, whoa. But 50 packages. No, it's not the same. Give me strength. Because you now made Ubuntu server into Ubuntu desktop. But yes, it's the same base, but it's not the same operating system. Or, well, every Linux is the same operating system. You get what I'm coming at here. You took one OS or one version that was purposely built for one thing, made it into another thing. So why didn't you just fucking use Ubuntu desktop then? So you saved 50 packages. Congratulations, you're a hero among human beings. You're so stunning and brave. You really are so strong, stunning, and brave. You saved 50 packages. Go and give yourself an ice cream and regard yourself as the most intelligent person on Earth. Oh god, man. I'm too fucking tired for that shit. Restart and update. Yeah, let's do that. And now you're going to bitch him. Oh, why do you need to restart to update? Don't you know that's something Windows do? Look into like proper updating your system in the most safest way possible. What the fuck is the issue? Oh god! You do know you're making yourself sound really, really crazy right now. I can install the Pantheon desktop on Ubuntu LTS. Does that make it elementary OS? Or did I just added software till it looked like or mimicked elementary OS? And I actually did that in a live stream, like either last year or the year before that. I don't think it's on my channel, but yeah, I actually did that on a live stream. Yeah, so to explain it for the person in the back end, what Windows and what Alma Linux just did right now was rebooting into a safe state with minimum services running, minimum software running, and stuff like that to apply system level patches in hope that they are not breaking while updating or making incompatibilities or stability issues, and then booting back into a normal state. That is the proper way of updating according to Red Hat, Fedora, and a lot of Linux distributions. And I will prove that point right now, because a lot of you people will not believe me, because that's what Microsoft is doing, and everything Microsoft is doing cannot be good or any way regarded as useful. Educate yourself. I did not say, oh, for fuck's sake, dude. I did not say that Ubuntu server was not the same distribution. They are not, like... So let me explain this to like a 2-year-old. This is what I was saying, okay? If you take, let's say, Arch, okay? And you bundle that software, so let me try again. You take Arch. You then take software from the Arch repo, make an ISO, make a website, and say, this is the new distribution I made to outcompete and be a better Arch than Arch, and so on and so on. You did not make a distribution, you made a respin. So a third party took the software from Arch and made a compilation of packages to then promote as their own distribution that they in quote made. That's here. Yeah, Ubuntu flavors, yeah. What you did was that you took Arch Linux and put a desktop on it. That's not the same we are talking about here. That's not what we are talking about. Ubuntu made Ubuntu server. Ubuntu made Ubuntu desktop. Ubuntu is not trying to sell Ubuntu server as a new distribution to compete with Ubuntu desktop. What I was saying was that people from outside the project, that has nothing to do with the project, take the Arch repo, for example, or Arch Linux, and respin it, and then going to say to other Linux users, this is my new distribution, it's way better, blah blah blah, all the fucking spiel. Where I'm saying that's a respin, that's not a distribution. Had Arch Linux done that, said, let's make a easily installable Arch distribution, it would still be Arch, because the Arch developers did it. That was my whole point. That you cannot, as a person from outside the project, just repackage the project and calling it your own. So you prove no point, because Canonical or Ubuntu package those two. Okay, for fuck's sake. Oh my god, stupid people really drive me nuts today. Give me a second, I will really spell it out for you. Listen here, Bob, Joe, Josephine. There you go. This is art. What color? Let's give it this one. This is art. This is all the arts repo. Then the arts developers take packages from the arts repo. And they make, you know, the arts ISO. Then, what should we call him? I don't know. Anton. For some fucking weird reason. Oh. Anton is taking the same packages, making his distribution. Or respin, or what you will respin, yeah. Then this is let's just say this is not good. How can I explain better? Okay, we do like this. This is people. Then this person here is telling these people over here that this is his own creation. This is something really different and new from this. When in reality, all he did is to take this with this. That's why it's a respin and not a distribution. Had Arch Linux done that, now it's Arch Linux. Had they done that and told these people over here that this here is a new version of Arch that they have made from the same software in here, it's still the same distribution, it's still a distribution. How can this not make sense? It's the same concept if it's Ubuntu or Arch, so how do you not understand it? How do you not understand it? It's the same principle, no matter what distribution it is. So for the guy all the way back in the back end that's sucking his own fucking testicles, this is Ubuntu taking software from the Ubuntu repos, making their own distribution. Then this time it's Joe Bobbly Bob Bob is now taking software from the Ubuntu repos, changing them around. Out with GNOME, in with XFCE. Out with GNOME player, in with VLC. Then he's telling these people over here, look what I have created. This is my own independent distribution. That's what a distribution means. That's not the case, but if Ubuntu up here said, you know what? Let's take this and merge that with this. That's what KDE, Kubuntu is, for example. Then it's an official spin of flavor. You get what I'm saying here? They are not trying to pretend that it's not something, it's something it's not. They're not trying to sell Kubuntu, even in the name. They're not trying to sell Kubuntu as its own independent distribution. They are blatantly obvious that Kubuntu is part of Ubuntu. But if you are taking Kubuntu and changing the wallpaper and saying, This is now my new distribution that I have made. It's really different from anyone else. You didn't make a distribution, you just repackaged an existing distribution. That's why it's a respin. So, let's go back here. I love explaining this. So, if you're taking this repository here, you're making your own repository. You're modifying the packages in this repository. So they are different from these packages here. And then you're making a new distribution out of these packages in here. Now you have made a new distribution. Even though some of these packages over here could work on this one over here. So the chain is going from this repositories into here where the packages are being modified. And then you're making an ISO. This is a distribution. Had this not been here, it has been a respin. I call them flavors or what the fuck? They are all... No. What you should be saying is that would make all Ubuntus. They are all Ubuntu. They're just, like you said, different flavors or something like that. Why is it a victory? For fuck's sake, man. Come on, Linux. This is like... Am I like a stupid magnet or something like that? Come on. You do not celebrate the most popular YouTuber on earth in the tech field that has helped you getting better product for over, well, 10 years. Or something like that. You're celebrating that he's not around anymore on YouTube. It's not a victory for Linux. He has nothing to do with Linux. Holy shit. Come on, man. Wake the fuck up. Yeah, have a nice day, 10. And also, Marble, you don't call it a respin when it's within the same project. You call it a respin when it's done by a third-party person. Yeah, Ubuntu is also the same OS as Ubuntu Desktop. Ubuntu is also the same OS as Xubuntu. Ubuntu OS is also the same OS as Lubuntu. Ah, god damn it. Just get your fucking ass out of here. I don't have time. I don't have patience for stupid people. There you go. Yeah, they invented a new car. That's exactly what you're saying, yeah. Why no? So here's the issue, Mabel. Listen to me. Ubuntu Server is also a flavor of Ubuntu Desktop. Then you're making it out like Ubuntu Server is the daddy, and then everything springs off of Ubuntu Server. That's not the case. Everything is spun off the repository. Ubuntu Server has nothing to do with the Ubuntu Desktop. It's just a collection of packages from the same repo. It's not like they make Ubuntu Server first, and then they take Ubuntu Server and add packages on top of it. You're talking fucking bullshit now. Oh, man. I really don't like Linux people are the worst thing in the world, man. I don't fucking. Damn. I need to boot into a real man's OS. A OS that real fucking people understand. There you go. Let's get some real fucking hardcore OS going. Like, I wonder. So here's the thing. He's not trolling. Because people have said that shit to me millions of times, not millions, but plenty of times online. Okay? Plenty of times. This is not the first time I'm hearing it, and it will not be the last time I'm hearing it. So it's not a troll. Or if it is, it's fucking bad. Because it's... Do I need to explain trolling? Oh god. Like, I could understand if it was something you heard like once in a while. Every time someone make a video about a Linux distribution, that is exactly what the fuck they're going to say. And the fact that he, again, let's go in here and let's make a fucking edit. I've talked to this dude before, and he is a bit of a troll, yes, but let's go in here. Random ass name, no videos, no avatar. Made 2018. This is a throwaway account. This is a socket account. This is a well, a troll account, you can say, yeah. So this means that this person is not what you will call it grown up enough to use their main account to do this kind of shit. That's not a troll. A troll don't hide, first of all. Like, a troll don't hide. I troll the Linux community with my face. You know, trolls don't hide. They don't. You change your account every few years, sue me, yeah. Every few years, a few is 2. Or maybe 3. You're 2 years late, buddy. Come on. That's a socket account. It's a account someone used because they are not mature enough to come out with their real account, or you know, their main account, because they're probably afraid of being figured out who the real are, or they don't want to stand behind this shit. So this is probably a person that have a main account where they're really sweet and really nice and really good, and then they have this one here to run out that childish fantasy or something like that. You get what I'm coming at. And again, it would be funny if this was not something you see on the fucking almost every video about Linux distributions. Then it would be funny if it was something new, original, and you know, oh yeah, I haven't heard this before. But because hundreds of people are saying it, you need to explain it. It's, yeah. Oh wait, what? Art Painter. Have I not installed that? Need to see if that works. Yeah, then they are not trolls. They are not trolls. They are not trolls. And this is also probably so I had someone also come at me with like all kind of crazy shit, and they were like, oh, I'm like 50 years old, and then of course you're 50 years old. I thought you have more fucking balls than that. And like, come on, man. Oh, it's actually working. It used to not work that well. But I've had this exact conversation with at least 5 other people within the last, well, this year. You know, like it's a common knowledge that Linux users don't understand what a distributional respin is. Because some Manjaro Linux users, they really, really want to run arts in their head. I hope I make sense here. Let's go back into Ubuntu. It's just being a bad human, you know, like it is what it is. It's being an obnoxious human. You know, like I have this philosophy here, is that if you don't put effort into your YouTube account, even if you're not uploading but putting a little bit of effort into your YouTube account, I cannot take you seriously. And I have to expect that you are just like everyone else that are doing the same to their account. And in this case, it would be an obnoxious Linux user. Don't normalize the giving personal information. Fuck the fuck up, man. Do you have a smartphone? Do you have a bank account? Do I need to repeat myself here? You don't need to give them your address or your age. Come on. I'm sure you're smart enough to give a phony address and name and age. I'm not saying you should use your own fucking birth certificate. Like, put in a fucking fake address. I don't give a fuck about your address. What people like me wants to see is that you're putting in a little bit of effort to not hide. So, use a fucking gamer tag. I don't give a fuck. You know, do that. And find some fucking avatar. It don't need to be your face. But it shows that you are somewhat sincere. No, I don't want to ignore him because I love people like this. I love people like this. You have to remember they give me engagement. But if he keeps up, I will ban him though. I'm too tired to deal with that shit. Why is it not opening? Did I not click it? Oh no, I didn't. Why is there still updates? Oh, it's the fucking Snap Store. Oh god, no. What's happening here? I broke it. Yeah, I broke it. No? What's happening here? Let's try this again. I do want to try and ban the word Linux on my channel. For like a week. It could be so funny. So, how do you see if there's an update? But I just updated. Is that how you do it? Update? Refresh? revert. Yeah, whatever, dude. How the fuck do you... Oh, that's your account. Warnings. Is there any warnings? No warnings. Thank you. Thank you. What is AC key? Known version. Oh, yeah. Maybe this will work. What? Yeah. Too many arguments. Oh, that's because there's too many versions. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Fuck me, man. Oh, wait. I made... Why can't I go back? Oh, well. I think I know what's wrong here. Man, I haven't used Snap in forever. What if I do double dash? Why are you saying there's an update? Oh, well, let's try and do this then. Yeah, I knew it would fail. This is one thing I really hate about fucking Ubuntu. I've never been able to update the store. Do we just do the whole fucking refresh thing again then? All snaps up. They are not up to date. Snap. Fucking idiot. What the fuck is wrong with you? You're not up to date, according to your own software center. What the fuck is wrong with you? What is the version number here? Downloading changed information. Okay, gotcha. How did the fishing go? Did you catch some fish? Come on, gather the information, boy. You can do it. Okay, apparently this is not working either. Oh, Jesus. Oak tree branch from a walking stick project instead. Oh, God, no. You were out to fish and you got home with wood. That's a bad fucking deal, man. Should I ban Linux from my channel for like a day or so? I could do it tomorrow when I update the new video. About Bill Gates sponsoring my channel. And then ban... Oh yeah, that would make perfect sense. Yeah. So tomorrow's video is about Bill Gates sponsoring my channel. And all the bullshit that Linux people say. And then ban the word Linux. Because they will definitely go to use the... Fuck yes, that's what I do. That's what I do. And then I will make a pinned comment. Debate me without using the word Linux, it will get you banned. Oh god, that'd be so funny. Oh fuck yeah. Oh my god, they would be so fucking mad. Oh god, that would be so funny. Yeah. I just have to remember to unban the word. It could be like Bill Gates told me that the word Linux was a no-no. You cannot do Linux anymore. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. We also need to ban GNU/Linux. And GNU. And GPL probably also. They're done trolling, Marvel. And Tox, yeah. Will you behave as a normal human now? Just asking for a friend. Yeah, and Tox, yeah. We need to make a list. We need to make a list. I want, like, this is a statistic. Like, I'm just sitting here thinking for myself. That's why I stopped talking. Like, this is a statistic that I was really, like, I really want to know is that of all of the people watching YouTube, how big a percentage of those are Linux users? Versus how many Linux channels there are. Because I'm sure YouTube is you know, probing the OS of its viewers. That would be stupid not to. And then find every channel. You could, so I could actually make, oh god, I need to see that, because I could probably make a web scraper that finds every channel with the tag Linux in it. Holy shit, that was some flashy shit there. Where is the we need to find a Linux channel. Did anyone see the Boogie and Wings of Redemption boxing match? It was actually really funny. I don't want to search Linux because then I'm getting criticized taken on. Yeah, but I want to know exactly how many channels that are compared to viewers. So here's the thing. Linux channels is not, like, Linux viewers are not... Oh, I can't fucking speak. there's not too many Linux channels because there's no real Linux channels. They all not all, but most of them are bullshit. So Linux is oversaturated with bullshit channels. That's what I think was the correct term of saying it. Do I really need to fucking search Linux? Well, let me do it. Yeah, I know the Linux experiment have Linux. So if you go in here,
hey everyone.
Oh, shut the fuck up! I can't stand your voice. So somewhere here, there is channel tags. So every channel has tags that you put in. Oh, sorry. Oh, God. Or we could just do it in the description here, because most Linux YouTubers will have Linux in the description. Can I search in here? So if I do something like this and I do Control F. No. Can I search here? Yeah, search. Control Shift S. There you go, buddy. Oh my god, I'm about to die here. Yeah, I can't take anything Marble says today seriously. I just can't. So everything he says I just automatically put into my brain as a lie. I'm about to die here, man. We have it. Why can't I? I want to expand this up. I'm really not used to use this fucking thing here. Oh, there you go. Nope. Smart TV, Linux. Nope. That's a YouTube video. Nope, that's not what I'm looking about. There you go. Nope. That's the link to the Linux experiment Patreon. Where the fuck is it taking his whole videos now? Apparently so. Mastodon, yeah. Video tag, Twitter description, just Linux desktop news. Yeah, I thought that there should be some. But how the fuck do you search every Linux chat or every? There's probably millions of fucking channels on YouTube. How do you search all of them? Yeah, but sometimes you can find stuff like that in the inspection mode, or you used to do anyway. COVID, no, I don't. It's just I drank something that went down the wrong pipe. Because I can install a plugin with IQ, and I can see his channel tags. I can also see his video tags. So they can't be private. I can just Google where I can find, but oh, I need a notepad because this is going to be a little bit too much to have in my tiny brain. So what we need to do is we need to go to YouTube. And then probably search for what category would they be under.
Oh, the first day that we signed up for.
Just don't speak. Don't speak. What is he under here? What category is this under? Why can't? Where's that put? Where do they put the category thingy now? Where the fuck is it? No, I don't want to do that. Do anyone know where the categories is on YouTube now? I can't fucking remember it. Like, you know, you put it on the category like tech, entertainment, news, and all of that fucking shit. Is it up here? Or is he uncategorizing it? What about tech hot? I want Mr. Beard. It must be his new home. It looks kind of fancy or something like that. Where do we have that? What the fuck is it? Where is it? Is it in the transcript? No. There used to be like a big, massive flag. Also in the license, it used to tell what license it was under and what category it was under. So either open, no license, no, I can't speak. I know that Destitute put all his videos under Creative Commons license, and I know that some of Nick's videos is under entertainment instead of science and technology. But I have no idea where the fuck they put them now. The tags are still there because I just updated my tags on my new channel, or my rebranded channel. But they removed, what the fuck can I not speak? They removed it from the public space then. There's a lot of divs here. Divisions. Yeah, but you used to be able to see them in other people's videos also. Again, you can get a plugin that shows all of that shit. You just need to log into it. I don't want to log into it on a Linux machine. Title. Disable upgrade. How is this the title? They're not saying anything. Now they're... Here you go. Here's the title. Force default style class. Blah, 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 blah. Above the fold. You used to get a lot of information about a YouTube channel in the inspection page. Like really a lot of information about them. That's how people got, like, you could go in and see tags from their videos, but they're probably in here somewhere. But well, let's do that. Control Shift F. Let's do Linux again. I hate Java scripting. WebKit. Yeah, it's just... Oh, what do we have here? Sources. That must be some of his merch, right? Yeah, it's his merch. About blank. No domain. Font. I don't know why, but this is really interesting to me. Performance insights. Recorder. What is this here? Oh. We have 66 warnings. Ooh. Source map. Dev tool. Probably because I don't have the dev tool. Oh yeah, we can change into like the mobile version. No throttling, mid-tier throttling, low-end mobile, offline, dimensions. Let's do yeah. Oh yeah, Google is making a foldable phone just like Samsung. Let's do a Samsung here. Because real people use a Samsung, we all know that. Let's do a Pixel 5. Still some formatting issue here. Interesting. I haven't used these dev tools in fucking ever, man. It's definitely over 5 or 6 years ago. 5 hiddens. Hide network. We used to use them at the HTML course I took, like, but that's 15 years ago. Oh, not 15, probably 10 years ago now. Security. Use certificates. So, if someone gets hold of this, they know who your computer is. And they probably can also see your MAC address. And you can't hide that with a VPN. Or at least I don't think they have implemented that yet. At least the last VPN I used, you could not hide your MAC address. Yeah, I have experience with them. I've used them, but I've never used them for a long period of time, though. I don't see any reason for using them other than just to test them out for fun. Ooh. I want that. Local storage. What do we have here? Session storage. There you go. Ah, data volume muted. True. Oh, so you say. Yeah. Well, that's what Linux is good at, though. Like, that's one of the strengths of that. That's one of the few things Linux is really good at. Cookies! Show me them cookies! Cookie, cookie, cookie. Cookie, cookie. Oh. Only show cookies when with an issue. Do we have any with an issue? No, we don't. But now we have 99 warnings. What did I do? Private state tokens. No private state tokens are currently stored. Shared storage. Ooh. Hash storage. Ooh. There's some Java scripting going on here. CSS. Accept encoding. Icons. Wow. Background services. Payment handler. Push messaging, yeah. Why not? Memory. Uh-oh. It's taking data from my computer. This is telemetry, people. Data collection, run and hide. Oh, we got more warnings now. Holy shit. Performance. Click on the report button to start a new report. What kind of performance are you you're looking at? So, if I do stuff like this, what if I then do show less? Do I need to just let it go and then do my thing, or? Wow, it's really fucking going nuts now. Oh, warnings got down. So is it warning in here? That's the problem. No, warnings got down. What happens if I just click stop? Loading profile. Holy cheapest. Cool. A little bit scary, but cool. Let's get the search filter down thing. Oh, no, let's keep this up. Holy shit. CPU. Look at how much data they can, sniff or look at. Holy shit. Commit. Event log. Wow. Network ski. How do I get this performance thingy out of here? Clear. There you go, buddy. Go away. The fuck is that? That's a JPEG. Can I open it? Open a new tab. Yeah, I can. I love it. This looks like a semi-naked lady. Oh, it is a... Oh, that must be an avatar. Ah, it's people that are commenting. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, it must be their avatar. Okay, now we found a way to steal people's avatar. So here we have the Linux experiment logo. Nice. Nice. Oh, now we're back at the source. Now we're at the console. Now we're at the element. Good old elements. I should get some beautiful soup going on here. Compute. Layout. Event listener. Come on. So, now we are doing all of this. Let's get rid of that. I can't spell right now, but yeah. If you are a freedom-loving, gun-shooting, Richard Stallman-sucking user or advocate, you should not use Firefox because it takes telemetry. Like any other browser for that matter, but you know, it's one of those that's being enabled in all computers. Well, even Emac takes telemetry. Former messages, other information about how Firefox, but data collection. It's basically just data exchanged. But any data that's being collected and taken could be regarded as telemetry or data collection. It's just some are good and some are bad, and that's the thing that people tend to forget is that just like with software licenses, the license don't make things bad. It's the people and how they are using it and what they are making it do that makes it bad. Oh, it's yeah, well, NNTP. Oh, I can't fucking remember, man. Probably. I just read an article like 5 years ago where websites could look at your CPU uses, your RAM uses, your uptime, like basically get your whole fucking system spec. And all you had to do is just be on the site. I can't for the love of me remember what it's called. And it's really scary. Well, it makes, let me put it another way, it makes the bitching and moaning about Windows put into perspective that what they are talking about they don't like on Windows is happening to them while they're sitting on the Linux machine bitching and moaning about Windows. Let's not talk about how much Valve takes with Steam. Oh yeah, this is like the scraper. So we need to find YouTube, of course, and then the category or the group they are in. So entertainment, science, and technology. And then they need to tag Linux. Somewhere in that group. No, then we go to about. Will probably be the best way of going about it. So that needs to have a Linux in there somewhere. So that could be YouTube, science and technology. That's where most Linux users are. And then go into their about page. And in there needs to be a Linux thing. That should be able to be done with beautiful soup to find that out. Telemetry capture. That's Chromium. Telemetry record a page that we call a page that I can't speak. Oh, that's Chromium. This is all Chromium. This looks a lot like Python. My first week on Mac OS giving my thoughts about so far, then that would be amazing. Oh, no. Don't compare the communities with each other. Don't. The biggest mistake I ever did on YouTube was engaging with the Linux community. Don't. Stay away, like, trust me, stay away from the fucking Linux community. Don't do anything with the Linux community. It is not going to benefit you whatsoever. In any way, shape, or form. It categorically have not been a positive experience. And you will just get, oh, well, Linux is better. And, you know, how can you compare this to Linux? Oh, no, just don't. Like I said in the beginning of the stream, Linux people, beside the flat earthers, are the only one where you can have concrete evidence and proof that cannot be denied in front of them, and they will still deny it. No matter how many pictures you have, no matter how, you know, scientific evidence or facts or whatever you can present to them, you still can't communicate with them. It shows the false fact that it just no. Trust me, it sounds fun, but no. Like I said, my channel is kind of sadly locked into that fucking whole thing. And I think the only way I can get rid of this, being the angry Linux, anti-Linux guy on YouTube, is to start all over again on a new channel. Because everything I do now is like, oh, he's the guy that criticizes Linux all the time. It is what it is. Either I embrace it or I do something else. Don't fall into that trap, man. Don't. I'm just putting it out there. Don't. I know it sounds fun to poke at them and stuff like, and it is, but it also becomes a trap. Because they will give you a lot of traffic, a lot of engagement, because they can't shut the fuck up. And then any video you make that's not about that will not get the same tracks and the same attention, and YouTube will then bury it. Because it's underperforming compared to what, you know, the other things you do on your channel is doing. So next time you do another video like that, it will then perform really well because YouTube is promoting it. Because again, the craziness is coming out from the folds and engaging with your content. So either you build up an audience that takes a little bit longer without the Linux community and this craziness, or you embrace the craziness and then try to put some thoughts into the content. But yeah, let's be honest, it's Linux. Linux don't care much about thought. They just care about opinions. So yeah, it's up to you, of course, but I'm just don't fall into the same trap as me. Don't. Just don't. It's not worth it. It's really not worth it. It is easy views, it's easy engagement, but yeah, you just attract trolls, idiots, lonely people. Yeah. Like, what I would do, I would just cater directly to the Mac community. Don't think about any other communities than the Mac community. Like, if I get a Macintosh this year at some point, I would almost categorically say that would be the end of any Linux content that I do on this channel. Then it would be Mac Windows focused. But that also means that most of my viewer base and sub base is based on Linux. So they will go away. But I don't mind that, to be honest. Like, I was not joking when I made the comment to all the amazing, brave and strong and intelligent Linux users to please just stop the fuck watching my videos. I really don't want to have anything to do with them. Oh, the crazy girl is calling me. They meet once a month and I had a positive experience. Of course you did. So here's the thing. Most people on the internet are only like this on the internet. When you meet them face to face, they are nice people. You know, they are nice people. Because they know if they call you a batshit crazy idiot for using Ubuntu, you will slap them in the face. Or you will talk back at them in a public place and they don't like that. I would be saying the same shit to you in real life, but I'm also an autistic idiot. And have no fucking regard for other humans' feelings for the most part. If you meet them in real life, dude, they are like bullies at school. When they are in a group, they are badass motherfuckers. When you meet them individually, they're the nicest people ever. So it's yeah. I know you have Layman, but you have to remember you did that on another account. Yeah, self-protect our inner self on the internet. Yeah, I'm the way I am now is how I am with my friends. I don't put anything into boxes. I, of course, am not like this when I'm at work. Because that's a professional setting. You know. But the way I am right now, this is how I am with my friends. And if my friends say and do crazy shit, I will call them out on it. As I hope they will do with me. At work, I just work. I get paid to work, so I work. I can mess around and joke and stuff like that, but if someone tells me to do a stupid thing, I'm like, are you sure we have to do this? Yeah, then I'm doing it. I'm getting paid to do whatever they tell me to do. I don't sit and bitch and moan about what a CEO wants me to do. Because he's paying me. And if he wants me to do meaningless shit, it's his money. I don't give a fuck. If I don't like it, I will just find another job. If he keeps doing it. It's something different with your friends. I will say this. Ubuntu users seems to be some of the nicest Linux people out there. Like, I rarely get anyone from that's like it sounds like they are fucking some sexual deviant or something like that, but or they are hiding their true self. But all of the problems I have with Linux rarely comes from Linux. From Ubuntu users. It's always everyone else. Everyone else. Like, most of the time when I'm talking with, like, it's really rare that Ubuntu user is being a massive idiot. Really fucking rare. It's mostly, you know, the obscure distributions or the arts people, especially the fucking arts people. Sometimes the Gentoo and stuff like that. No, you just don't know how to stop. You just don't know. You're probably the person that pushes the envelope until it breaks, and why the fuck did it break? That's probably who you are. No. Linux users don't get bullied in real life because they don't have a real life. Like, they have to fucking get outside. You know, most of the people that you see in a comment section or on YouTube like that, they don't have much of a social life, man. You know? Yeah. Oh, it's perfect. I'm so with you on that one. Like, we're the only community that's not only fighting other communities, but also ourselves. And the only people that do that is social justice warriors. If they can't find someone to cancel, be angry at, then they're finding someone within their ranks that's not, you know, pure enough to be, you know, one of theirs. So they eat their own. You know. I asked Fedora or Debian community about how to play MP3s on Linux. Reaction was like poking the... Yeah. Evil provides a form. Yeah, I remember that shit. I remember when Mint started to have MP3 playback by default. Oh my god, the community got batshit crazy, man. Yeah, man, Java forums, I would say it's a little bit iffy sometimes, but they can be good people also. People have different experience, of course they have. But you have to also remember, toxic people like toxic people. You know, if you are a really toxic person and you believe in the same things and are thinking the same way, you will fit right in. You get what I'm saying here? I'm not saying you, but if a person is just as obnoxious about Linux and stuff like that, they will fit right in, you know. No, it's not being here in a live stream, so to speak. It's just like having a conversation thread that is like 6, 7, 10, 30 fucking comments long and stuff like that, you know. Spending an hour drafting a response to a video and then putting an essay into the comment section. Those are the kind of people I'm talking about. Yeah, that's... well, Clayton, everyone has a life. It's just, what do you do with that life, you know? And I'm sure that you have a life. I'm just... It's... I don't know how to say it. It's give me a second. My brain is having a massive brain fart right now. I'm also tired, but yeah, yeah, but there's only one person that can change that, and that's yourself, sadly, you know, like, and it's not hard. And getting a life don't mean go out and, you know, join a fucking local swinger club and you know, run around naked in there. It's just like, do something. You know, have one friend outside of all of this. You know. You know, go get one friend or see a family member like once a week or something like that. That's getting away. What we say with no life is that this is what they spend all their time on. Just spend time on other things. But yeah, like Jay and Linux TV said, there's nobody who can hold a quads like the Linux community. That's true. No, you're just a bad person like me, Layman. You're just a bad human. Friends, everyone betrays you. You betray yourself every day. You betray yourself every day. You more than likely have done at least one thing today that you are not agreeing with, that you don't like, that you did to some degree, or that you feel maybe a little bit not out, maybe out of character, or that you wish you did in a different way. That's to some degree is betraying yourself. That's not being who you want to be. Becky tells me all the time, yeah. I would love to see you and Becky together in real life. I would even pay for that to happen. I would pay for that to happen. I would pay to see you and her just, I don't know, doing whatever, fucking go for a walk or whatever. Just want to see you two in the same human space. And then take a shit ton of pictures so we can see, we can Photoshop them into something amazingly fun. I just want to see you two together because you two are both hermits. You two are two hermits. You work, go home, work, go home, work, go home, and then you live on the internet. I just want to see you two together. I think that for most people, the Linux community represents a challenge. I would go further than that, to be honest. I think for most people, they should not have anything to do with the Linux community. And that's like, I remember, like, probably some of you guys and girls that back in the day, and I'm sounding like an old guy right now, but it's true. People didn't care much about different package managers, environments, and distribution. There was a little bit of like friendly banter about it and opinions about it. Some are stronger than others. But for the most part, if you found another Linux user, you were so fucking happy. Because you ran around and felt that you were the only one knowing and using Linux. To just know that there was someone else than you that knew what Linux was amazing. You know, and you were happy, even though you disagreed with them in some aspect, you were just happy that you could talk Linux with them. You know, you were just like, yeah, I may not agree with that, but fuck, it's nice that, you know, that you were into this. And again, this comes with popularity, but the quality of the Linux users was way higher. You know, yes, they were anti-Microsoft. Heck, I was anti-Microsoft in the 90s and 2000s. Massively anti-Microsoft. To the degree I would go in and debate a fucking salesman in a store why they had Windows on their fucking laptops for an hour until he almost kicked me out. I was that guy. But yeah, but still, it was still, you know, it was like when you meet someone else having the same hobby, you felt that connection, that camaraderie or humanity, or what you will call it. Like, oh, you've done that also. You've been through that also. You know. Nowadays, it's just all about the politics. And that's Richard Stallman's fault. Richard Stallman was pushing this narrative all the way in the 80s. And when Linux kinda embraced him, or his technologies, and his tools, and GNU become more and more popular, he kinda saw his, you know, his foot in the door, and he took it. And a lot of people, now I sound like a teenager, a lot of people, they need someone to look up to. And if this, like he's a brilliant fucking guy, don't get me wrong. Like, he knows a lot of great shit, and he's a brilliant guy. And they see this guy help invent a lot of fucking amazing technology. Kind of thinking this, oh, fuck Microsoft, and the ideas is not bad. You know, the charismatic leader and all of that shit. Oh, there's someone else that is not on the Windows bandwagon. They are the outsiders. They start to listen to him. You know, take him seriously. And that's how a cult is started, baby. That's how you start a cult. And Richard Stallman is a fucking cult leader. I don't give a fuck what everyone is saying. Yeah, he was way ahead of his time with a lot of things. But so was fucking Hitler. You know the whole story about yin and yang. There's something good in bad and something bad in good. Richard Stallman, like Hitler, in my opinion, has done more negative for this world, at least the computing world, than positive. Hitler should be dead before he got born, but you get what I'm saying here. Like, I'm not saying that he's literally Hitler, but you get, again, what I'm saying here. And I'm not saying that Hitler is a good guy. I'm just saying that he did do a few good things. Contact lenses, microphones, invented by the fucking crazy people, you know. A lot of modern medicine stems from it. Sadly enough, experimented on human beings, which is awful, fucking awful, and fucking makes me almost barf sometimes when I get medicine. But yeah, you know, he did contribute to the world in both a massive bad way and a little good way, but the same did or do Richard Stallman. But I think Richard Stallman is more of a negative than a positive for the computing world. He should have been a politician. He should have been a politician. He should not have been a software guru or developer, or what you will call it. He should just have been fucking... The day his dad was thinking about having sex, cut his penis off. Just right there. But if you think about it, a lot of the things that Linux people talk about have a lot of correlations with, like, the Marxism culture and ideas. It has. Which is, depending on how you look at it, can be scary and funny at the same time, you know. I call it hippie culture. I look at Linux users as hippies. You know, freedom, love, let's all fuck each other. Everyone, you know, put something into the fucking big pots for food, and everyone brings something to drink and all that fucking shit. That's a little bit how I look at the Linux community. But if you look at the way they talk about their political views and stuff like that, there's a lot of Marxism going on there, man. A lot. They are anti-corporations, they are anti-private ownership and government ownership, which is a little bit against Marxism, but... No, not governments. They don't bitch so much about governments. But private owns, you know, stuff. Yeah, it's... Well, socialism and and communism is not the same. And we don't need an equivalent to any political movement in the tech world, because the tech world should not be politically driven, or at least not to the degree that it is today, because that's not the main focus of tech. Like, it's making cool shit that helps society and humanity. No matter who you are, where you're from, what you're doing, what you're thinking, who you're fucking, who you're kissing, should not matter for a piece of software or technology gadget or anything like that. It should not matter if I like running around with my dick swinging 10 times a day or not. You know. Yeah, I hope it makes sense. No, it's not even like the soft and cozy or not crazy. It's every political thing has something in common with each other. Nothing is black and white, but it's something totally different. Totally different. It's a really American way at looking at it like that, to be honest. Like a massive American way. Like Americans see, not all of course, but some Americans sees that if you're giving someone a piece of bread, you must be a communist because you're sharing your wealth and stuff like that. Well, capitalism can lead to socialism. Capitalism can lead to communism. You know, everything can lead to everything. You know, there's no you cannot have the perfect system. You can't have that. You know. And the people that think that you can have the perfect system are just fooling themselves. All we can have is something that's, I'll not say good enough, but where we can say, well, this is the best we can do right now. Let's make it better tomorrow, or make it better next year. And then try to make it better. And sometimes in the pursuit of making it better, we are making it worse. Then we have to step back and say, okay, this direction did not make sense or didn't work. Let's try and alter it a little bit. You know. But people are so afraid of saying, oh, we need to step back and look at what's actually going on here. And then maybe we should move just a little. Like, there's a lot of lessons to be learned and we can use. But then move a little bit to another side. Yeah, every political idea is awful. You know, like, they really are, because they are not fair, and nothing will ever be fair. Some is just more fair than others. But there will always be someone having some advantages. They should just not have all of the advantages. And that's the sad reality of it. Right now, being a straight white male is the most hated person on the internet. You know, 10 years ago, that would be a person, you know, not straight and white and male. So we are swinging from one side of the extreme to another one. And we need to find that middle ground. You know, like I said, we need to step back and say, okay, this was too far in that direction, and the previous one was too far in another direction. Then we need to take the good from both directions and move forward. But a lot of people, they only want one or the other. They won't accept that the opposite party or opposite people actually also had some good ideas. Only we can have the good ideas. You know, only the us can have the good ideas. No. That's kind of a little bit like what Linux people think. Only Linux can do good things. What about all the good things that Microsoft and Apple have done for open source and the world? Oh, America is not the only corruption. Corruption is everywhere, man. You can never get rid of corruption. Like I said, there will always be someone having an advantage. There will always be someone having less advantages, and there will always be corruption. It's just about finding a place where there is not so much of the bad things there. You know, so much of the corruption and inequality and inaccessibility and all of those things. But you can never have the perfect world. Never. Never. Like, in my case, I'm born ugly as a motherfucker. I can't do much about that. You know, that makes me in a massive disadvantages being a YouTuber. Because looks attracts viewers. I'm fat, I can do something about that. I'm also autistic, which also can put a lot of people off. So should I get a special treatment because I'm not born like, let's say, PewDiePie? That is categorically more attractive to females than I am. You get what I'm coming at here. It's what I have a problem with is people that are trying to build the perfect world, because it will never happen. I will more align and agree with people that are like, we just need to be better tomorrow than we are today. And sometimes we're going to fuck things up, but then we will look back and not do that again. Because they are realistic. People like, oh, we will not going to have any blah, 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 whatever the fuck it is. Of course we will. We will have poor people. We will have really rich people. We will have anything you think of. It's just, let's not have so much of it, of the negative. You know? Let's see how much of it we can get rid of. But there will always be that one person or those few people. You know, there will always be people as ugly as me, you know, trying to be a YouTuber, speaking badly English, and dealing with fucking social disabilities. There will always be that person. And nothing can do that. Like, nothing can help me or them. Nothing. Special treatment will not help. They will still be ugly, I will still be ugly, and we will still have the social craziness going on. So we will just be who we are right now with a lot of fucking money. And that will not make our life better, and you'll probably not watch it anyway. You get what I'm saying here? So we need to figure out, you know, where that middle road is. And it's also easy for people like me to get jealous because we, of course, want what they have, but we also need to be realistic. And age plays into it also. I was born way before the fucking internet, you know. Nobody wants to see an old guy bitching and moaning about whatever on the internet. Unless it's a skit. So we need people to be more realistic. And we need to stop aiming for perfection tomorrow. And then instead be, let's just be better tomorrow than we was today. Like, it's the same with weight loss. You don't lose all your weight in one fucking workout session. Unless you're massively sick, by the way. But yeah. You just lose what you can today. Lose what you can tomorrow, and so on and so on. You get stronger tomorrow and stronger the day after and blah, 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 blah. But again, Linux people, they want to take Microsoft away. No. Microsoft needs to stay here. We need Microsoft. We need as much competition as possible. Because it makes everyone's products better. But do we need Microsoft to own everything? No. But it still needs to be here. It will make Linux better, it will make macOS better, and blah, 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 blah. We need it. But in the good old... in the good old Linux world, it's either Linux or nothing, and that will never happen. Never. Oh, Deepin came out with a new beta version. Cool. Linux versions of freedom and the rest of the world's versions of freedom are two really different things. Even in the tech world. Because Linux freedom, or the TPL freedom, or the Richard Stallman freedom, is really a dictatorship in the pursuit of his versions of freedom. AKA, basically the mindset of every dictator in the world. Power, and I know what's best for the people. Where real freedom is that you are allowed to do things someone disagrees with. You know, you're allowed to use proprietary software. You're allowed to check the code and not contribute back, and so on and so on. That would be freedom. You know? It's a false narrative, this whole freedom shit under Linux. Because what they want is... They basically want everyone else to do the work for them. And then they can just go and check the code and make it work under Linux. Because that's their excuse. Oh, if it was only open source, they could just take it and use it. Yeah, but they make money off that shit. That employ thousands of people and make the economy go around, and, you know, capitalism, you know, people have money, spend money, and all of that shit. You know, it's yeah, it's really weird. That's not the Free Software Foundation. They don't care about that. The Free Software Foundation don't care about software. Go watch my video. I will find it for you. Go watch this one here. Well, it's 8 minutes long. Let's watch it together. Oh, the wrong button. Sorry. I think this is the one. It's what the philosophies of the Free Software Foundation, and yeah, but what you want them to do goes against the Free Software Foundation. Because the Free Software Foundation don't give a fuck about software. They're all about politics. Again. Wait and see.
Relationship to the GNU project.
Well, there's relationships to GNU on kind of multiple levels. One is just the philosophical level of thinking that making your source open is a good idea. There's a lot of these programs done by the Free Software Foundation and done by other people like Linux, and there's a symbiosis between Linux and the programs, so that the programs run on Linux and at the same time, and they take advantage of Linux as a platform, while Linux takes advantage of the programs by just being able to use them.
What programs?
For the main one is actually the GNU C compiler, which without a C compiler it would not have been possible to make Linux or most of the open programs available. Linux uses the GPL, and I agree with the kind of philosophy behind the GPL. That said, the GPL itself is not a very pretty document, which is probably just because no lawyerese can ever be very pretty.
Some people advocate that it be described as GNU/Linux. I mean, what's your thought on that? Is that justified, or?
Well, I think it's justified, but it's justified if you actually make a GNU distribution of Linux. The same way that I think that Red Hat Linux is fine, or SUSE Linux, or Debian Linux. Because if you actually make your own distribution of Linux, you get to name the thing. But calling Linux in general GNU Linux, I think, is just ridiculous.
I have disagreed violently with the Free Software Foundation because the classic case we had 10 plus years ago of that was TiVo. They tried to do the same thing. They failed at it. They didn't lock it down quite well enough, but they basically tried very hard enough to make it inconvenient to change things around. And my thing to that was, I want the source code back. I don't want the control of the hardware you sell. To me, the GPL was always about, you can still make changes to the kernel. You can still take their improvements, which weren't actually all that significant, and run it on your own machine, right? And that was always true even with TiVo. While the FSF felt that they locked the hardware down, so now you can make changes to that particular piece of hardware, and you can update that particular piece of hardware anymore, so it was evil. And I was like, but that's the hardware they're selling. That's not the software. You can still change the software. You just can't update it on that particular piece. So this is a fairly fundamental disagreement, and it's the fundamental disagreement that caused the whole GPL version 3 split, which was saying, we disagree so fundamentally on this that I can never use GPL v3 because the way you wrote the GPL v3 was explicitly to stop this thing that I thought was okay, and was in fact part of the whole contract with people that you can use Linux any way you want. If any way you want includes saying, you can't change it on this machine, that's fine. I mean, an extreme case of not changing it on this machine is actually burning it on a ROM and just making it physically impossible to change. And I'm okay with that too. And surprisingly, the FSF is actually also okay with that. The FSF's position is that if nobody can change it, it's okay. But if somebody can change it, then everybody has to be able to change it. To me, that whole standpoint made no sense at all, and I actually think they're clinically insane, some of those people. And the FSF pushed very hard for GPL projects to upgrade to V3, to the point that I had some interaction with them that I felt dirty after talking to them. I felt like, wow, these guys are pushing drugs. License choice is, to me, something very important and sacred. And I personally think the version 3 changes were bad, but that's my personal choice, and my software doesn't use v3. But if somebody else uses v3, that's their choice, and they are the person who should make that choice. And once you do make the choice, and you think that I want my software to not be used in a situation where it gets locked down, then you should take people to court if they actually violate your license.
I, however, have to acknowledge that the people who coined the term open source as a reaction against the free software movement have done us a lot of harm. Until 1998, as our software, including the GNU/Linux operating system, spread, it made people aware of our ideas, not with 100% effectiveness, but sometimes it did. But in 1998, they coined the term open source to disconnect our software from our ethical ideas. And they were fairly effective at that. Since then, we have to work hard to teach people, even the users of our software, that there's such a thing as the free software movement, that it's a movement for their freedom, that this is not just a matter of more convenient, more reliable software. I mean,
listen to what he just said here. Why can't I turn back?
Work hard to teach people, even the users of our software, that there's such a thing as the free software movement, that it's a movement for their freedom, that this is not just a matter of more convenient, more reliable software. I mean, those are secondary desirable things, but they're not as important as freedom. Freedom is crucial.
Do you agree that you undermine GPL version 3, and how can we get you to stop?
What?
How can we get you to stop?
Oh, I hate GPL version 3. I undermined it on purpose. I actually thought the GPL version 3 extensions were horrible. I understand why people would want to do them, but I think it should have been a completely new license. My argument for liking version 2, and I still think version 2 is a great license, was that I give you source code, you give me your changes back, we're even, right? That's my take on GPL version 2, right? It's that simple. And version 3 extended that in ways that I personally am really uncomfortable with. Namely, I give you source code. That means that if you use that source code, you can't use it on your device unless you follow my rules. And to me, that's a violation of everything version 2 stood for. And I understand why the FSF did it, because I know what the FSF wants. But to me, it's not the same license at all. So I was very upset and made it very clear, and this was months before version 3 was actually published. There was discussion about this long before. There was an earlier version of version 3 years before, actually, where I said, no, this is not going to fly. And during that earlier discussion, I had already added to the kernel that, hey, I don't have the version 2 or later. And there was no, and I was really happy then when version 3 came out that I had done that something like 5 years before, because there was never any question about what the license for the kernel was. But I actually think version 3 is a fine license, right? I'm a firm believer in, if you write your code, it is your choice to pick a license.
Amen.
And version 3 is a fine license. Version 3 was not a good, here, we give you version 2, and then we try to sneak in these new rules and try to force everybody to upgrade. That was the part I disliked. And the FSF did some really sneaky stuff.
There is now a second movement, the open source movement, where they consider only the practical benefits, and they refuse, and I mean that literally, they carefully avoid the issues of principle, freedom, ethics, and making a good society for people to live in.
So, peeps, I hope I put this together correctly enough, but Linus just wants to make cool shit. Cool software that you can use, and hey, help him make more cool shit by contributing. Stallman wants to change society, don't give a fuck about the software. He just uses it as a vessel to spread his version, or the FSF's version, of freedom and ethics and stuff like that in society. One is a political movement. One is a philosophy on development. I hope that was the message that I want to send with this video. I hope this makes sense. And a lot of people get this wrong. And this is not me editing mods here. I just found clips that was already out there and put them together. And I can find thousands more of those. It's a cool image of a new society. So, do you even know what his society would be like? What do you think that society would be like if Richard Stallman got his way? Because he was going to be the dictator of everything that's right and wrong. Him. And his party, or what you would call it. Because he has to approve all the licenses if they are compatible with his version of society or not. So that would be, he has to approve of all other ideas if they're worthy enough to be in that society. No, he don't. So here's the thing. You may not, because he don't give a fuck about what you can and can't do on a computer. He cares about what you can and can't do in a society. A society is not a computer. In his society, it don't matter what you can and can't do much on a computer or on sorry, as long as it's open. As long as it's open source and it's open hardware and so on. If you want to make it so you have to alter the source code to uninstall Microsoft Edge, that's okay with him, because it's a TPL software. Nowhere in the TPL software does it says that you need to be able to uninstall it. Just that the code has to be open and follow these guidelines. So you may not be able to do that. And honestly, he don't give a fuck. He wants a hippie culture in society. He wants Marxism to some degree. He wants, you know, big rich people to step away, big corporations, stuff like that, and basically live like, you know, the communist Russia and China. Just way more extreme. In the name of openness and freedom, which he is the dictator of what is openness and freedom. When some single individual person has that power, that's really scary. Nobody should, like, that's kind of why they have, you know, the freedom, independence, you know, the whole, like, ground laws about what you know, constitution, that's what I'm looking for. Because that's not one person having all of that power, it's a document with guidelines what you can and can't do, done by many people with many ideas on a few people with ideas, different ideas. Ground rules. Yes, this is one guy. One guy. Well, you could uninstall it if like I said, if it was hard-coded into the OS, you just took that code out and recompiled the OS and installed it, then it's uninstalled. That's technically okay in his view. As long as, you know, the code is open. But that, like I said, he don't really care much about that. He wants to build a better society. And he's using software as an example of what that society should be like. But he really don't care much about software. Probably, I don't know what time. Maximum an hour. Maximum an hour. Maximum an hour. Then it's like midnight here, and then I think it's time for me to stop. I normally stream for about 5 to 7 plus hours. 5 plus hours. Yeah, you go play whatever you want. I really don't give a fuck, to be honest. I used to love this distribution here. It's like 2 years old though. But I think they're running like in a rolling release version now, kinda. Or they have a rolling release I can't fucking remember it right now. I'm not, like I said, I'm not that into Mantiao lately, the last couple of years. 9 is here as a beta. They're kind of following a little bit of the Debian release cycle nowadays. They used to update every year. But I should give Debian a try again. I've always been fascinated by this distribution. Oh, it has OCR built in. I'm working with that at work. But from a privacy and security aspect, or even telemetry, you might as well just run Windows running this shit here, I guess. I do know that a lot of people love this distribution. But what we should do is get one of these fucking crazy AliExpress computers, you know, that's hacked together by fucking crazy components from China and then install Deepin on it. Would be like a match made in heaven, I guess. The Projects App Store. What the fuck is that? They're also working on their own universal package format.
大家好，欢迎使用深度操作系统。
Oh yeah, definitely understand what you're saying.
已经发布一段时间了。
Billy, what the fuck is
任
this?
务栏全局搜索功能。升级之后可以发现，任务栏的右下角多了一个搜索图标，点击打开后可以调
What
整
is
搜
this?
索界面。
What am I watching?
输入关键字就可以找到想要的应用和文件等。你可以搜索音乐、搜索文件、搜索浏览器、搜索指定应用等等，一步直达，非常方便。
Yeah, beat all OSs in one. I have no idea what is this. Oh, that's Adobe Photoshop.
更多优化细节尽在 DP 2.2.4。
What is this
欢迎
site?
大家体验。
Is this like the Chinese YouTube or something like that? Oh my god, all the hentai boys are going nuts now. Oh, she's kind of hot though. Yeah, let's get fucking muscles.
手臂很细，没肌肉，穿衣服袖管也。
Okay.
大家好，欢迎使用深度操作系统。DP 2.2已经发布一段时间了，更新后的解读录屏功能也更加强大。
Maybe that's what I should learn. Simplify, like Mandarin or something like that.
矩形、箭头、自定义选区。大家好，欢迎使用深度操作系统。DP 2.2.3已经发布一段时间了。
Maybe Japanese. I talked with someone at work today about learning a new language. Maybe I should do Korean or Japanese or Chinese. Then I can yell at Linux people in Chinese. That could be so fucking funny. Oh my god, they would fucking love that. I know the guy from Gamers Nexus speaks Chinese. Oh, okay, Billy, what the fuck is called is good. We're looking at Deepin. Well, Japanese is because if you can understand or if you can speak Korean, it's way easier to learn Japanese and the other way around because they are much alike. They are almost identical as far as I understand. Like, well, not identical, but they have a lot of similarities. Oh, this is C or C++. Cool. Like they do, like every time I see a Chinese distribution, they fucking are great at doing UI design. Like they fucking understand user design. Yep, I understand every word you guys just said. Oh, they just dubbed him over then. I don't have Netflix. Like, Netflix is killing everything good about, like, they are hiring the most obnoxious fucking people to make their videos and movies and series. And it's all politics. I can't stand Netflix anymore. Every time a new fucking series comes out or movie comes out, I feel like I'm being preached at for being a fucking straight white male or something like that, or I'm not 100% leaning to the same way as the director, so therefore, like, just look what they did with Cleopatra. Like Egypt is suing their fucking asses for blackwashing. I never thought I've heard that fucking shit before, but yeah. Yep. A fucking country is suing Netflix for basically being massively racist. I find that really fucking highly funny. You pirated. Yeah, okay, we did not say that in here, Lama. Remember that? We are good boys. We are good boys. I have heard about Squid Games. It was actually really popular. I did hear a lot of people talk about it. Oh, you borrowed it from a friend. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I'm sure that you're borrowing a lot of stuff. I'm kind of in the mood to watch some Clarkson's Farm again. Clarkson's Farm. Can I click this? Yes, I can. I don't know. I kind of want to get away. Like, the last month. Oh, well. This is going to sound morbid, but please forgive me. Ever since my mom died, I've been thinking about moving to another country. So, like, in like Korea, Japan, or some, maybe Spain or Italy. But I kind of want to get away from the Western world because it's getting ruined by fucking crazy politics, you know. And yeah, I just want to get over to a place where people are fucking normal and acting normal. Like, they're not by far perfect, but yeah, I'm like, why the fuck am I staying in this fucking place? You know? Bought Netflix shows. Yeah, I have some friends where if needed be, they have said, I haven't used it yet, but they have basically given me their account. You know? I hear The Last of Us is really bad. Like, I hear The Last of Us is really, 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 really bad. But I don't know if it's just me, but I've seen a lot of people moving away from, you know, Western society because of all of this fucking shit going on. Yeah, but they, you know, Asia in general don't seem to be infused with all of these crazy isms, and fucking sideways ideas that makes no logical sense. Like, again, like I said, of course they have their issues, but not like thinking America is the freest country in the world is amazingly bad. Like, it's definitely not. And thinking Denmark is definitely not. No Western world is free. Because everyone is being judged all the fucking time. And we can't be ourselves anymore. Then you are anti this, pro that, or too testosterone-driven idiot, or masculinity, what is it called? Toxic masculinity, and all of everything you can think about. Look at the... This is going to sound bad, but look at the videos coming out lately in cinemas. They have almost no fucking groundness in reality. Just look at the one with Jennifer Lopez, or what the fuck her name was. She must be in her 50s. And she's more jacked than a fucking 20-year-old that trained for 10 years. You know, like, had a guy done that, they have been yelling and screaming for sending a bad picture for, you know, young people and blah, 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 my ass. But because females can do no wrong, let's take a fucking middle-aged fucking woman and pump up with steroids and do some push-ups and chin-ups and then go Rambo. See, they're basically making a female Rambo. How many girls... I know there are female warriors and they're fucking amazing, but how big of a percentage? You know? We fucking need to be honest about things in life. You know, how many females take really high-risk jobs? Almost no one does. But they can, but they don't. And I don't blame this. Not like, I'm not saying they should, but every fucking movie nowadays is like female strong, man bad. I said it in my last stream. I just recently watched Alien 2, the remastered version. It's fucking amazing. And Ripley, a normal fucking girl, acting like a normal fucking woman around normal fucking guys, kicked a fucking alien's ass more than once. You know, why can't we get back to that? You know, why can't we get back? Like, she was a fucking amazing, like, hero. I looked up to her as a kid. Like, she was fucking amazing. Because she was not trying to be something that she was not. You know, she was not trying to outcompete everyone and their fucking, you know, horses and everything. She was just a female. Normal fucking female. And there was one, I can't remember the Spanish or Latin girl that was also doing a lot of pull-ups and shit like that, but it was normal. You know, she didn't look like someone that's been fucking put into a steroid cycle since she was 7 years old. And it's like, it's okay to give women that is already fucking being bombarded with models every day in magazines about how thin they are and stuff like that. Now they're going the opposite way and making them into being these fucking muscle-bound fucking whatever, man. Like, for fuck's sake, I'm glad I'm not a fucking woman. Yeah, Vasquez, there you go, yeah. Like, either you need to be fucking, like, an unobtainable supermodel, or you need to be bigger, stronger, and faster than the fucking guys around you. There's no fucking in between. And then you see Ripley. Not really fit, but just a normal fucking human being. You know? Fucking kicking aliens' asses left, right, and center. Why can't we get that? Vasquez, there you go, Vasquez. Why the fuck can we not get that back? Why do all female role models now either being a crazy ass hot fucking girl that is like, toxic masculinity, or fucking bigger and stronger than Arnold Schwarzenegger in his heyday? And they're talking about men is setting a bad example to society. Yeah, right. Fuck me, man. Like, yeah, I will admit that the 80s superheroes or action stars like Stallone and all that, it was a fucking steroid-ridden fucking, you know. But come on. Yeah, Sarah Connor. Yeah, Sarah Connor. She was also a great one from Terminator. Yeah. Like, there's nothing more fucking satisfying than just seeing a normal person kick ass. You know, because you can relate to them. They are not stronger than you. They're not, you know, specifically more fit than most people, but they fucking kick ass. I love that shit. It's my fucking wiener heart. I'm getting all fucking hot and bothered here. But oh no, we have to send a message. We have to send a positive message or a political message. Oh, just fuck. I don't care who fucks who in a video or a movie or series. It could be a little bit of a fun arc or interesting arc, but in general, I don't really care who fucks who and how they're doing it. You know, like I don't watch Criminal Minds to see who's fucking who and how they're fucking it and stuff like that. You know, or who is having the right political opinion. Oh God. They almost anger me as much as Linux users. Like, I forgot how good that Alien movie was. I really did. I watched the first I thought I bought the wrong one or rented the wrong one because I was watching the extended version. The first 30 minutes is not new, but is added to the original movie, plus some other stuff. I was like, this is not the movie I remember. And I was like, oh yeah, it's the extended version. And it was just like, oh, she's not trying to be tougher than fucking everyone else and, you know, be brave girls and all of that fucking shit, or guys for that matter. Just a fucking normal girl. Normal fucking ass girl. Going in and kicking a fucking 1-ton alien or whatever they weigh. Big butts. There was actually talk about making an alien movie where Ripley got back with the Hicks. Is that his name? Hickson? The guy that one of the only survivors. That they had a cameo, but that got canned for some fucking reason. It was not woke enough or something like that. It was some bullshit fucking reason. I fucking loved Hicks, man. I always played him when I was a kid. Even though he was not even like the main character or the hero of the story. That was, you know, Ripley. I just thought he was fucking amazing. But I was not a girl, so I didn't run around and pretend to I have boobs. But, you know, I did pretend to be her because I was not a girl. But when I remember as a kid, when I saw the Alien movie the first time, and I saw her tape together the weapons, everyone started doing that in the playground. We all had fucking, you know, plastic rifles taped together with plastic pistols after we saw that movie. You know, guys imitating a girl, nothing wrong. Like, what the fuck, man? Nowadays, they would fucking psychoanalyze that to the high heaven and back. No, it was just, she was a cool character that guys enjoyed, girls enjoyed. You know? Fucking hell, man. I'm glad I'm not a fucking female in this world. Not because of oppression and all that shit, but all of the fucking shit that they are pushing on them in movies and television shows nowadays. Like, you have to be Sex from the City and Arnold Schwarzenegger in one person, basically. You know, it's like unattainable. Fucking hell, man. Like, come on. God damn. Like, at least guys just have to be strong and, yes, big and strong. That's fucking, like, that's kind of manageable. Look strong, look kind of fit. That was kind of it. Have your life together, you know. That was kind of obtainable to some degree. God damn. I just think this whole Cleopatra, what the fuck she's called with Netflix, it's too much. It's too. I honestly can't fucking watch any news. After I saw that Egypt is suing them I'm like, what? What the fuck is going on here? What the fuck is going on here? And then scientists made a render, like a 3D rendering of how she really looks. Like, how she would look in real life. It's actually really well made. And she's fucking beautiful, to be honest. Dark hair and dark eyes and all that shit. But, you know, she was from Greece or something like that. So kinda Mediterranean complexion. Fucking beautiful woman, man. And probably one of the most powerful women in the whole of history. But no, let's go change history because we wanted to fit an American narrative. Fucking hell, man. I wish Scripted would go and kick their asses. That could be fun. Go in there and just be like, fuck this shit. And then they sold it as a documentary. Then they got caught out and, oh, no. It's a reimagination now. Okay, yeah, right. Yeah, right. Fucking right. But what about next year? Hitler is becoming a fucking female? I don't know. I don't know. We have lost the fucking marbles, man. We need to get back to reality here a little bit. Let just people be fucking people. We don't need to push a fucking political narrative with everything. Just let me fuck whoever I want to fuck, and then let everyone else fuck whoever they want to fuck, as long as they're not hurting anyone. I know Lame and Becky likes to hurt each other. They can hurt each other. I don't want to hurt anyone. But they are consensually hurting each other. That's differently. Like, if they're not screaming loud every day, it's not a good relationship they have. They need to scream at each other. Or basically, Lame have to scream in pain, and Becky scream in joy. But hey, if that's how they're going about it, that's how they're going about it, man. I do like this wallpaper here. They probably spent thousands of dollars making this. Or maybe it's an intern. I wonder if most of the, you know, the mundane stuff we see in software and stuff like that, if that's just some random intern job. You know, you have like a college student or someone like that, you know, working there for like a semester or something like that. They're just making this shit, not really getting paid. Like graphical artist intern or something like that. You know, they have to do their 5 or 10 weeks stint at a company. There's like a lot of like dimensions to it, if you look at it. This is like kind of on top of this here. And then this one here is like on top of this kind of. This is one layer, this is one layer, this is kind of one layer. I kind of like that. I used to be really big into these optical illusions also back in the day. I loved watching them. Wait, why can't I? Why is the resizing fucked up? Oh, okay, now it's working. Maybe I should try Magia again. It's been a long time. The last time I tried it, they had like fucked up repos. Doom, 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 doom. Oh, I have some messages here. Walking stick, yeah, gotcha. People are behaving on Discord. The misfits are behaving on Discord. Okay. What? Oh God, tell me that's wrong. Oh well. I need to drop Linux, man. I can't anymore. Maybe I need to be tied up in Becky's basement and then just be brainwashed into stop thinking about Linux. I have this nightmare that I stopped doing Linux for like 2 months. Then the 3rd month Linux just take over the fucking desktop market. And then I'm being left behind. I'm like, oh God, I've been using it for so many years and talking about it for so many years. And the second I stop, it just takes off. With my luck, that would exactly happen. That would exactly. But of course, I can then start talking about it again. But it's like it's keeping me awake at night sometimes, man. Oh, now I want to watch Terminator. I really loved Terminator back in the day also. I actually watched Terminator more than Terminator and RoboCop. I watched those way more than Aliens. And apparently Prometheus was a really bad movie. I kind of liked that one. I think I only watched one of those Alien versus Predator kind of things. Because I liked the first Predator movie. The rest was shit. And then they did the whole crossover. I didn't like that either. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy. I don't know. Probably not just crazy. Keemstar, he's fucking a brilliant businessman. Boogie got arrested again? Or is he just lying like he always does? Titanic wreck revealed. Are people still obsessed with that shit? Apparently so. Oh, a potato chip. Hattie Linux on Android. Oh, talking about the shit show. What the fuck is that? Oh, that's one of those tornado hunters. Let's look at some Apple shit before I go. Why? This tool is no longer supported. Uh-oh. Oh, new Mac virus. This dude here makes some really good videos. I always like this optical illusion with their logo with Mac. Why are users so toxic? Yeah, well, how many hours do you have? Oh, they canceled their phone. Oh. Best Mac apps. This is something for lamer. I can hear him scream already. Make Windows 11 look like Mac OS. That could be fucking fun to make a video about that. How to reinstall Mac OS on any Mac. So they just have a recovery thingy. How can this still be fucking worthwhile? 2012 MacBook Pro. Fuck. Oh, he's one of those that did do a little bit of everything then. Sneezy Labs would be a good channel for you also, Lamer. Or Snazzy Labs, sorry. Installing macOS on a Nintendo Wii. Haha, yeah. Oh god, I love it. I love it. I love it. Oh, you're good boy. Good boy. Becky is going to take it easy on you now. Well, for a day or so. Well, maybe 12 hours. 12 hours. Why am I not a fucking billionaire? I would have bought a shit ton of Macs right now. Yeah, look, Maniani. Yeah, I'm also sub to him. He's also good at Miani, sorry. He's also good at Linux, not Linux, Mac shit. Yeah. It just snaps on. Oh. Reminds me of snap packages. Yeah. 50 Mac OS tips and tricks using terminals. In 11 minutes. Holy shit, man. He's a fast talker. Oh, that's my keyboard. Oh no, it's not. It looked like my keyboard. Oh, they're singing at me now. Installing macOS on VirtualBox. I tried that, it's not a good experience. Oh, you can run it on Proxmox. Oh. This is 4 weeks old. Dyson. Oh yeah, MAC address is also good, yeah. Look, Lamer, this is what you should have got instead. Well, in a year or so this cannot be done anymore, but yeah. Ooh. I always like watching all of those hacking source videos because it takes me back to the olden days of Linux. Because that was kind of the shit we had to do to get Linux running in the olden days. So if you want to know how it was to live with Linux in the olden days, this is how we got it installed. And then you could basically run 1% of the software that macOS could run. If you were lucky. Well, we didn't have to spoof the BIOS to think we were running an Apple product, but, you know, a lot of it was the same. Yoink! Oh, it's struggling. No, it's not struggling anymore. I thought I have intelligent hide on this one here, but I probably must not have it then. I will say this. I like GNOME way better on a 1440p screen than I do on a 1080p screen. It's just too cramped together on a low resolution display. It's funny to call 1080p low resolution nowadays. But yeah, people, upgrading your monitor is the best fucking thing you can do. It's like getting a fucking new computer. It's not getting fast or anything like that, but more screen real estate and better picture quality, you will love it. You will love it. And they are not that expensive anymore. Unless you're going for the gamer, you know. Ugh. I'm still starstruck over that Laura was in here today. At least he's recognizing me, and Lema and Beckett just going their own way with their whips and everything. Coffee Lake. Oh, that's the firmware's thingy. Probably. I'm a little bit like, why do you want to go through all of this fucking hassle just to get macOS running? Like, it's fun to do one time, I guess. I do like the Windows 11 UI. Or is it just me? I kind of find it really, I don't know, soothing or something like that. It feels modern. Every time I go back to Windows 10, I just feel like I went like 10 years back in time or something like that. Partition wizard. Whee! No, the context menu, yeah, that's one thing I don't like either, yeah. That all the good stuff is hidden behind another menu. It makes more sense than previous versions of Windows for sure. Yeah, I in my video next week where I react to the Linux experiment criticizing the Windows UI, I explain why that is. There's actually a logical explanation for that. Oh, you can? Cool. Explore plus plus. Oh, he had one good point. One good point, I think. Most of it was bullshit. Most of it was bullshit. If you understand... not understand, that's the wrong word. If you're listening to what he's saying, it makes no sense for the most part. It's what it is a video about Linux, or him taking any responsibility away from Linux because, well, Microsoft taught us to do this, which is the biggest load of bullshit I've ever heard. Just the menus, the XFCE menu, or menus, one of them, have been like that since the 90s, before Microsoft made it popular. Microsoft only made it popular by continuing that scheme into the 2000s. GNOME's traditional menu system was also done in the 90s, before it was an unofficial standard to doing it that way. KDE, the same fucking shit. The Windows 10 menu that he's criticizing as being the leading cause of a lot of issues in Linux menu systems that date back to the 90s is 2 years old. So he's blaming a 2-year-old menu for the effects about something in the 90s and early 2000s. I have no idea how that is working without a time-traveling machine. I just... You know, oh god, I raged for over an hour. For over an hour. I don't know how long it is edited, but oh my god. That dude, man. Like I said, I think he got 1 or 2 things right. But all it comes... It's the same shit as when he's... Like, did anyone watch his video about him buying an iPhone? Did anyone watch that video? About him justifying buying an iPhone. It was basically a video about, for himself, justifying buying an iPhone by criticizing Samsung for really, really, really specific problems that almost nobody has on a Samsung. Instead of just saying, you know what, I really want an iPhone. I like them. I know I'm a Linux guy, but I just like them. Nothing wrong with that. Nobody's going to fucking castrate you, you know? Nobody's going to hate you. Just be honest about it. But he made like a fucking, what is it, a 15 or 20 minute video basically nitpicking to high heaven about Samsung phone, and outdated Samsung phone by that matter. At that time, I actually have the exact same phone he has. And I have none of those problems. None of them. And I'm not good with my phone. Just because he liked the design of the iPhone. Then just say, you know what? They just make better hardware. And as a phone, I like it better. No problem. No problem, dude. Just, you do you, man. But nope, let's make a video about shitting on Samsung. Just because I like iPhones better. I'm like, and I was asking people all over the place if they had any of those issues. And the best I came to was some people said that they've heard someone had some of the issues. Like really, really few people. I'm like, come on, dude. Like, that dude, like, I can't, like I said with most Linux YouTubers, I can't for the life of me understand how anyone can take them seriously. I really can't. Go watch DJ Ware. I'm going, like, the rest of this year, my plan is to get DJ Ware up to 100,000 subscribers. I need to make a video about that. I want DJ Ware to be the most popular Linux channel on fucking YouTube. Instead of all of the other bullshit that's going on with all the other channels. I need to record that video over the weekend. About, we need to get him to 1,000. I need to make a... I'm going to make a fucking community post now. I'm that fucking pissed right now. And tired. I'm going to make a community post. Jay's 2 cents. I like Jay's 2 cents. Community post. Where is it? Great post. There you go. So my plan, you guys can see what I'm typing here. $100,000 subs. Ah. He must be really fucking tired of me pushing his channel nowadays. So, my plan in 2023 is to get DJ Ware to 100,000 subs. As we need a well-known and well-watched Linux YouTuber that knows what he is talking about to counterpart all the massive bad ones out there. Sub here and then at Cyber Gizmo. Help me make it happen. We can do it. I don't even know how many subs he has right now. How far up the food chain is he? Oh, he's at 31k. We can definitely get him like 70k in under 6 months, right? We have the power. We are the supreme humans. We can definitely get him up. Like, we can definitely get him like 70,000 subscribers. That's like a fart in the wind for people like us, man. Come on. Password hacking. Where's all the hackers? Is this that network Canucks? Everyone say he's all about that coffee. Is that right? Does he have a lot of coffee? Oh, he's a certification dude. 3 million subs, oh my god. Dude, come on. I'm feeling so tiny next to you. Oh, is he pushing VPNs? Then he's not a real tech guy. Passscript push-up counter. This Passscript will kill you. So is this a lot of clickbait or what? I have no idea. I see some great shit. And then I see something that looks a lot like clickbait. Oh, he's into NFTs. Yeah, that's another red flag. Oh god, please don't do that. I'm getting a little bit of a suspicious vibe here because our good friend Christian seems to have borrowed a lot of shit from this guy. Oh god. Well, he don't have the coffee yet. Maybe that will come, but the mask, kind of like the style, and the thumbnails to some degree. My kids built a hacking computer. And this here he also have, or at least I think he does. I could be mistaken now. Linux for hackers. 2 million views. Like, he's getting the views, man. Virtual machine, 7 million views. Damn. Well, he must be doing something right. I failed my exam. Oh, well. But I'm looking at the like the direction of his videos. I'm like, how much can you learn in like 10 minutes? Like some of the things that he's talking about here is like fucking heavy subjects, and the video is like a fraction of what you would think it should be. Oh, this is an advertisement video. This kind of makes sense. But that's also an interview. This one, but that's also an interview. But he likes certifications a lot, I noticed. He's really pushing certifications. He is good at making thumbnails, though. Hacking is really dangerous to do on YouTube because they really, like, unless you can really prove that it's for educational purposes, they go really mental at you. Really crazy at you. Oh, hackers can hide files on Linux. Ooh. This is like a 10-minute video. That should be longer. I feel like you're missing a lot of stuff. But hey, what do I know? Again, this is an advertisement video. Yeah, this is just like, yeah, again, this one here, like, there's no time. So here's the thing. It's like everything in life. When should you learn something? Today. When should you start doing it? Today. You can never go back in time and say, oh, I should have done it. No. The best day to start something is today. It's like the universal fucking truth. The best thing to start something new is today, or learn something new is today. Just do it today. You cannot do it when you're 20 if you're not 20 anymore. And the longer you wait, the less time you have to do it. The best day to start something new is today. I don't know why a lot of people need to spend hours watching videos about that. It's like, if you don't want to do it today, hey, do it another day. That just means that it's not a priority for you right now. But then don't comment bitch if you never get it done. Yeah, rabbit holes are really fucking fun sometimes. This kind of makes sense with the... I feel that there's a lot, like... There's a lot of videos where I'm like, oh, that could be interesting to watch. And then there's a lot of videos where I'm like, what? And this is definitely a clickbait video. And the same here. This is probably also a paid something with NFTs. Which is one of the biggest scam in history. But yeah. I just feel like something like this here, I want a good long depth videos about if-this and if statements and logic operators. Like so if I'm going to learn something in Python or any other programming language, if it's not a specific thing, I go to something like this here, an hour, 4-hour course, and then I go down to the here and look at the timestamps. I'm like, I don't need the introduction. I don't need the installing whatever it is. I don't need to set up a hello world. But then I may start from here, drawing shapes. And then if the next one is something I don't need, I then pick another one. But then I start from the first one that I like, okay, I want a refresher course on this or that. And I'm like, working with strings, maybe not need that one, so I'm just bringing that one over. And then we'll start from, so we'll be watching this one, this one, this one. Well, variables and data types, don't need that one. Work with strings, could be a good one, so I'm taking that one. Then I'm watching that section. I'm like, work with numbers, getting input from user. Now just read a bit up on that. Building a basic calculator, nah. Magic game, nah. List, that could be interesting. So I'm jumping through them. I hope I make sense. But this video is actually a really good video, by the way. I just feel like if you're going to make these kind of videos, put the, don't just gloss over a lot of shit. I don't know. I just feel that these long form videos for educational purposes are way better. Especially if they have timestamps in them. But if I just need to, like, let's say, let's do user input. If it's just something like this, I find, like, a really short video. Like this one here, for example. Because I'm just interested in user input. I'll be watching this one here, and then I would be like, okay, we'll be doing something like this here. Oh, that's how I do it. That's all I need to know. Okay, this is how you do it. That's it. So it kind of depends about what you have to do. But mostly I'm just Google this shit instead of watching a video. Anyway, I need to go. It's 9 over midnight here. So yeah, thanks for stopping by. See you all later. Have a good day. Go follow my Discord. What else do a YouTuber say? Oh, comment, like, subscribe, and all that fucking shit. See you all later. Have a good day, man. Yeah, I had a good time today also. Thanks for keeping up with me, man. Had some rants, but I had some good fun. I think I'm going to bed. Bye-bye.